Up is on, all right? Thank you.
1 minute. You got time to spare. You must have been eating dinner.
I can't wear that. You can get 4 of these on the internet for $10. Yes. Come in 2 pieces. You just put it together.
Everybody ready? You ready back there? Okay. I call to order the Rolesville Board of Commissioners workshop session, September 21, 1921. If you would, let's rise for Pledge Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, just like to welcome, we've got quite a few people here tonight, so welcome to the meeting, workshop meeting. A little bit informal tonight, so I think we got 3 items that we will talk about and discuss, and I won't hold up any time on that, so let's jump right into it. The first item is Wallbrook Development and Reimbursement Agreement, and I think, Kelly, you're going to lead that discussion?
Yes, sir, along with Dave. So we put together a PowerPoint, and Michael's going to put it up and run it for me while I stay here. So tonight we want to take a moment. Originally, we thought we would be further along on a development and reimbursement agreement associated with the developers of Wallbrook. And after the last week or so of discussing with them some of the finer details of both agreements, we all agreed that it was not ready to be presented to you all yet, and that we needed to continue to kind of dial in the agreements before they were brought forth to you. But I did want to go ahead and give you some further background on what you're going to be seeing when these come forward to you. So just a reminder, we talked about this at your July 21st meeting. This is the same night that we also talked about the setback concerns that were associated with the Wallbrook developer. Just kind of update on that. You're going to see some text amendment and language on that in your October work session. So more forthcoming on that very soon. But we talked about the development agreement a bit that night, and then we also talked about there's a need for a reimbursement agreement component to that development agreement. And the development agreement is going to set forth the conditions of how we and the developer want to see Wallbrook be developed. The reimbursement agreement is going to set forth the conditions of how the developer is going to reimburse us for their portion of the Main Street improvements. If you remember, we're going to combine their Main Street improvements to our LAP grant project so that we can have one continuous project with one construction oversight and one contractor for the entire project. And that will be then talked about in that reimbursement agreement, what are going to be the costs associated with that, how we're going to reimburse it, and we'll get into that a little bit here. And then, again, like I talked about in the development agreement. So let's just run through and remind ourselves where we are today. This is the Wallbrook concept plan that you've seen a couple times. This is what was shown at the neighborhood meeting. This is the entire stretch of land that's under current ownership right now of the Wallbrook developer, and you have already seen and approved townhomes for this. You've also approved some of the roadway components to this, and then they are working on their commercial aspect of that. And that's what primarily we're going to probably address during the development agreement. So the red dots on the screen show the limits of the grant project for the town. This is everything that the town is going to do on the road. It includes the new Burlington Mills extension, and then essentially where the red dot ends to the west, and then all the way through Main Street, all the way to Young and Main, is the LAP grant project. The balance of what the developer is going to do is from that last red dot, essentially the entrance or thereabouts of the TST, or the, is that right? Is that right? The tire dealer? Team Extreme, well, I don't know how I got TST, Team Extreme entrance, all the way to the west to Lewisburg Road is going to be their responsibility on Main Street.
Can you point? Can you use a pointer?
Mm-hmm.
Just
You
for
do
the
that,
public, so
Michael?
it's clear.
Yep.
If you would repeat the area.
Sure. So, Michael, all the red dots is the LAP project. That's our responsibility, the grant project. And then the developer's project is from there to there.
Thank you.
Okay. Next. And this is just a reminder, also incorporated in this is a pedestrian bike circulation, but primarily what they will be building on the Main Street is that blue, and if you could show that, highlight that, Michael, please, is that entire stretch. There will be a multi-use path through there too.
Public to be able to see it.
Okay. This is a fairly new drawing that we thought we wanted to show you as part of this. And it gets to something the developer is doing on our behalf to a certain extent, and then also on his behalf to make his road project. This is all the right-of-way that the developer is acquiring for this project. So you're familiar with these colors now a little bit. All the red is all the permanent right-of-way. So all that on Burlington Mills, the developer is donating that so that new road can be constructed there. And then he is also attaining those red edges that you can see up and down Main Street that are some of his property controlled, but also some controlled by others that he is having to attain for his road segment. And then the orange is, I believe, the orange is the temporary easement that's required. And then there's some utility easement considerations in there. But it's a pretty good graphic of showing you the amount of right-of-way that's going to have to be attained as part of this project also.
And are these documents on the website already?
Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
Are these documents on the website already?
No, this PowerPoint is not. We just completed this just now. So,
But they will be.
yes.
Awesome. Thank you. I like that graphic.
And you might even see it as part of the development agreement. We'll see. Okay, so the next slide just gets into some of the components of what we anticipate will be in a reimbursement agreement. What we have done is we've kind of taken turns of who's doing what. Your town attorney has taken the lead on the reimbursement agreement, and so they've been leading and drafting up the agreement. We have cost estimates that are in the project. Right now, the Wallbrook portion's estimated cost for their entire segment that we just talked about is about $2.5 million. And if you remember, the town's portion is about $6.6 million as part of the grant project in that stretch.
Of the 6.6, how much is that a lap?
That is going to be, that's a combined lap and our part.
Okay.
So it's 80-20. 80% of it's,
They're doing 80.
no, the lap grant, yes.
The lap grant, I mean, I'm
Yes.
sorry, lap is doing 80, we're
Yes,
doing
sir.
20.
Yeah.
Okay.
Of what we originally got. We already know that we're going to go over that a little bit from our last meeting before, if you remember. But that's going to be covered primarily by the grant.
So roughly 80% of the 6.6 million is what the LAP grant will cover
Yes,
without the added costs that we talked
that's right.
about? And
Correct.
2.5 is Wallbrook.
Yes,
Thank you. Can you hear me? I'm trying
I
to yell through
can.
this call.
Yes, I can. Mhm.
Thank you.
You're fine. Still to be determined, and we've kind of talked about this through a couple times, is whether that'll be addressed in reimbursement agreement, is what's the collateral? How are we going to make sure that the funds are available by the developers, so as the project moves along, there's money available to pay us? There's been a couple good discussions between the attorneys on the merits of a bond versus a letter of credit. Our preference is letter of credit. It's typically not the developer's preference. It's more, I think, more liquid is letter of credit. Is that a right word? Correct word?
Right. To distinguish between the two, you might think of the bond as an insurance policy from an insurance company, whereas the letter of credit is a bank account at a bank that has that amount of cash sitting in it. You can see how that becomes challenging as you cannot directly leverage a letter of credit. You have to have, in this example, $2.5 million just sitting there earmarked the entire time the project is ongoing, which might be fiscally unreasonable. You might also, as an alternative, have a letter of credit that is drawn off of a line of credit so that the bank could give you a letter of credit that way. There are declining balance letters of credit where you could, as the developer makes reimbursement payments, the amount of funds that need to be guaranteed keep coming down. And then alternatively, or perhaps in addition to, you can blend this together with a bond. We always talk about construction bonds, performance bonds, payment bonds that we see in a normal construction situation. That is, they're all different ways of essentially providing a performance guarantee in the form of insurance. That is, some third-party guarantor is telling the town, if this person does not perform, that is the developer, we will step in and we will have the option to perform for them or to pay you money. Those are the structures. We had probably maybe an hour's conversation between the parties trying to talk about how to do that. What is clear to me, and probably at least one of our commissioners probably already knows where this is going to end up, the lender's probably going to be the one who provides the most leverage in terms of a final proposal as to how that guarantee is presented to the town. They have a financing, they have an entity that has agreed to finance the Wallbrook project, and he who has the gold, makes the rules kind of golden rule. That may be the proposal we get back. But it became clear that neither side was quite yet ready to commit to a particular way to guarantee to the town that we would be truly reimbursed if the LAP grant project, or what we might call the Main Street project, were extended all the way to the end of the Wallbrook development. We need to know, we're advancing the money, and the town needs to know that those funds are going to be reimbursed promptly on a periodic basis. And I think that was probably the next thing that Kelly was going to talk about, is what is that period?
Yep. Yep, and so, he's already has a bank laid out. A developer does have a bank laid out of Charlotte, so that's good. You have to have one, I think, to do a development agreement or a reimbursement agreement in North Carolina. So that's been established. And that, like David said, he is now negotiating their terms with the bank on the financing of the project. So we hope to have that soon and have the information of how they're going to propose to enter into this agreement. We still are kind of debating, when do we need your approval on a reimbursement agreement and a development agreement in context of our LAP project schedule. The good news is we did get our DOT. If you remember last meeting, we talked about DOT had not responded to our submittals. That submittal has been responded to today. We received that today. It looked like most everything passed the grade except for a couple things, and we asked our engineer to let us know what that is. We have not heard back what those are yet. We did. Michael and I chose not to take our engineer hats on and try and interpret what we saw. But there are still a couple things, it appears, that need to be worked out, but for the most part, a large percentage of the plans have been approved from DOT, which means hopefully we can get the corrections submitted quickly and get them turned around quickly. And then the last thing that we're still trying to talk about with them is, and this really comes down to us a little bit as administratively, is are we going to seek reimbursement back from them on a monthly or a quarterly basis? It really gets back to we haven't sorted through that. Finance director's given some input and thinking through it, but we haven't got that all finalized either. So those are the kind of the basis of the reimbursement agreement. It's going to be shorter than the development agreement. Right now, I think it's probably in the 6-page range, thereabouts. And we'll just see when we get completed and when we bring it back to you. But I hope that we get it done soon. Our goal is to get this done and keep it in front of us, not lose track of it. Yes, sir.
The statement by Dave said that we were advancing the money up front, the 6.6.
Yes, the town in this project, even with the grant,
Okay,
the town has to advance the entire front dollar for the entire project. And then we get reimbursed from the federal government and the developer.
what does that do to our cash flow during that period?
Yeah, well,
And our rating, I have those
it's all
same
good. Amy's got it all worked out. She
Yeah,
says it's all fine.
LGC, yep,
Okay.
you're right on my,
Yep.
we're in the same vein.
Amy says it's all good.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay,
What does that mean, though?
We have the ability to do that.
without borrowing funds.
That's right. We
I
have the ability with our reserves and budget, we already have that ability.
I don't think it was clear to me until just now, and maybe I forgot. So I'll blame it on my memory, but I didn't know we were advancing the 6.6 million in advance.
Yeah,
So I don't remember Amy clarifying that. So I would like to have that clarity, at least for the public and for my knowledge, to clarify, to make sure that we're good, because those were my exact questions, Jake.
And for a clarity point on that, it will be the town's obligation to pay for the entire LAP grant plus this additional piece that is all being bid out to the contractor. However, we will not advance all those funds to the contractor.
No.
There's no advance to the contractor. This is an overall project where there will be draw requests by the contractor as pieces are completed and as work is begun on the various phases. But there will not be a $6.6 million advance to anyone. This is a ledger entry for us in terms of our obligation to complete the bid contract.
But we are guaranteed the LAP money.
Yes,
The 80%.
yes, we are.
Well, we're guaranteed that, so we've got $1.3 million at risk.
Except for the project increases that we approved last month, and I don't have that in front of me, Jackie, but yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and what we're talking about here is just standard the way LAP
80%
projects
I've
work.
already
It's
did the
nothing,
math.
Correct.
it's nothing Rolesville is doing different than any town that does a LAP project. So, it's just the way LAP projects work. I mean, they don't give you the money up front and you put the road in or whatever the LAP project is. You have to perform, you have to do it, and then they reimburse you.
So we're just trying to clarify here, though.
Yeah, I mean,
because-
I have no problem with the system and what we're doing. I just wondered about the cash flow, as well as I'm familiar with construction draws. So we'll have one of our engineers verified that the work was done before we submit or approve the draw.
Correct.
Okay.
And in addition, another item that arose during our most recent discussion is that the developer has asked to be at that table for the review of those contractors' expenses. As you might imagine, they now have a dog in that fight.
Right.
And want to make sure that those are accurate, as they are guaranteeing, if you will, we're using the term guarantee, they're going to be guaranteeing with those performance requirements reimbursement of whatever the expenses actually are. Hopefully this all nests together in a way that creates a project that does not expose the town to any undue risk, because everything is being guaranteed along the way, and payments are being made incrementally in draws.
Okay, all right.
So my question, just clarity for my sake, so has this already been discussed in relation to LGC? If we're advancing funds, even paying them out as we go, evaluating what we're doing, does that impact us from an LGC standpoint?
No, because we're not incurring debt.
Okay. All right, thank you.
And thank you for the clarification, Dave. Did that answer? I think Dave's clarification was a good one. So it is, again, as we go, we pay the contractor as the billings come in. Thank you. Okay, development agreement is going to be longer. You've seen versions of these before. You've approved versions of these before. They have taken the lead on the agreement. And our most recent markups by Dave left us at a point where we continue to have some dialogue on the structure, or not the structure, but really the meat of the development agreement to some extent. Just to summarize a few things in it that I talked about before, the developers requested up to $700,000 in transportation impact fee credits for their part of the additions that they're adding to Main Street as part of the project. We've asked, though, for justification of this further, and they're working on that. Timing of the agreement still needs to be determined in light of the zoning, the site plan. We've asked them, when are they going to get that process started? That really kind of dictates some of the elements we want to talk about a little bit, is how much detail do we as a town want to put in a development agreement that assures aspects of the commercial development will come forward. So for instance, if you remember in our Kalis development agreement, we had performance standards they have to meet in their development agreement. Cobblestone, same thing. We had performance, they had to build to certain standards and so many units and such. So what we're going to pose to them is, tell us more about your plan so we can put those in a development agreement if we agree that meets the minimum that you want to see in this development. So how much commercial space are you saying you're going to build? We want that documented. And such. Is that a fair assessment? And you can add to that.
Right, and so it's a development agreement, so two parties. The interest that the developer would have, even if you did not have the fee request, is that the developer is looking for a vesting in the status of the development ordinance as the way it is on the day that the agreement is entered into. And so the rules would not change. And secondly, anything that is placed into the development agreement, for example, I don't know what our example would be. I'll use something totally unrelated to Wallbrook. On Lot 5 of the ABC project, there will be up to 100,000 square feet of commercial space permitted. The board then would be bound by that agreement and would not have a basis to come back and say, you know, I think 75,000 square feet is kind of big for that site when they came back for their approvals later. So there's this sort of advanced way to use either words or pictures in the development agreement to set a framework of a master plan, a concept, so that the developer side knows that they already have in place certain understood agreements regarding what the development will be. And that would be true even if over time the composition of the Board of Commissioners might change and folks might have different priorities. They would still know that even though they don't have their site plan approved, their construction drawings approved, these parcels would, you know, have those concepts already in place.
All right, let me ask a question. And this looks great on paper. It really does, and I'm all for it. But I've seen projects like this go bust before because they couldn't get the financing because they didn't secure a strong credit anchor. Now, we were led to believe a couple of months ago that they had an anchor and they would be signing a lease soon. Do you know if this has occurred?
There's not been any confirmation to that extent.
Yeah, should this be a part of the development agreement? That he's got an anchor, that they've got an anchor in place, or is this totally out?
I like it.
I think that's within the judgment of the Board of Commissioners. One of the items on our outline is what is the timing for a development agreement? And this has also been raised by their side. The train is leaving the station regarding roadway improvements.
Exactly.
Well, I'd love for us to all to be able to set timing on that, but we know that that needs to go. The development agreement seems to be a logical thing to accompany that, but that's only if a lot of other pieces come together, right? So could the reimbursement agreement be by itself without the development agreement? I will tell you that I don't know that we've worked through that full thought process, but they're aware of that concept too, that is, okay, we need to have all of our ducks in a row. Town needs to have all its ducks, with lots of ducks, if you will. And so that's why originally these were one agreement. And early on, it became clear to the legal team that they kind of needed to go their separate ways because the reimbursement agreement, it's a math project. We all kind of feel good about the idea of extending the improvements to Main Street all the way to the end of their property. They feel good about reimbursing whatever that expense turns out to be, as long as it was within their budgetary reasons. The engineers have designed it. That's probably not controversial in terms of any sort of issue, so long as the repayment is comfortable and guaranteed. The development agreement is a little less well-defined. Obviously, we don't have pictures of what the buildings are. We do know that there's a townhome approval already in place, but the original townhome user is no longer, as I understand it, under contract. So that may be a little softer than it used to be. We understand that there's a grocery store anchor that's been discussed, but that has not been nailed down. So both sides need to flesh that out a little bit more for an overall concept of what Wallbrook generally would mean beyond just the Main Street piece.
I agree. Completely.
So that's part of why you haven't seen anything tonight, and we're still working through it. But I have a level of confidence that we can get there, but the level of specificity, I believe, is what we would ask you tonight if you want that. And I'm hearing some agreement to that you want some level of assurances that you know generally what's going to be built there, what's being committed there, and what the look and where the public elements are going to be located. So it's almost a site plan exercise at some level, but it's embedded in an agreement. You know, we've seen pictures, a few things, but we have not seen anything offered up yet as something that they want in the development agreement.
As a discussion point, I believe at the very beginning of the PowerPoint presentation, you saw that roadway network. That roadway network has been committed to as part of the special use permit.
Right.
That also leaves some lots that just necessarily fall into place from the way those roads lay out. You necessarily get a subdivision of the site. Outside of the formal review process of the town, I think some of you have probably seen concept pictures and elevations of what Wallbrook might be. The developer needs to decide how much of that is firm that he or she wants to put into the development agreement, because that cuts both ways. Well, now you're pretty well guaranteed that you can do all those pretty pictures. Are you sure that those are going to be the pretty pictures that you eventually want to build? Because you're going to be back looking for a development agreement amendment if it turns out that that's not how it actually shakes out with your eventual users. And I think that's a matter for the developer to consider, and probably also conversations that the developer may be coming to you with individually or as individually or here at a meeting to discuss. Because at day's end, this is a legislative policy decision, not anything quasi-judicial or evidentiary.
So what is this called? Because it's not a site plan. So this board is trying to decide on the concept or give our opinion on the concept that we want to see at this point? I just want to make sure I'm clear about what we're
Right.
talking about.
So the idea that the General Assembly had in mind when it authorized a development agreement is a way to help towns and developers get past the complexities of a multi-phased project where all the details aren't readily available at the beginning. And so if you imagine the townhome project portion hadn't come forward yet, we would have a situation where the developer says, well, I want to have a piece that's townhomes, I want to have a piece that's grocery, I want to have a piece that's office. Let's imagine that's the concept, but the marketplace hasn't yet fed back to the developer with any guaranteed contracts on the developer's side. You might do a development agreement that says, we're good with you having townhomes not to exceed this many. And it must not be on Main Street, it has to be somewhere in the back. You can write the framework, and then once you write the framework, the developer knows, as long as I fit it in the framework, I'm going to get my approvals, and I don't have to worry about the political process that the business community might worry about because the agreement's already in place. In this concept, we have that piece, and then you also have the idea that the developer doesn't have to worry about the law changing with regard to the ordinance, because it'll be locked in as of the date of the development agreement. And so if we or a future board were to change the law, the developer would still be able to rely upon the LDO the way it's currently written.
So what are the cons of us putting that into the development agreement? It feels like I asked this question before. What, that could lock us into things that we could eventually see need to change.
True, or a future board. That is, imagine there is a downturn in the economy, this project slows, the LAP grant, master plan, all gets done, all gets reimbursed, it's now out there, it's a beautiful road, but now, 7 years later, is when this project really starts to get built, for example. And now there's a different board, and that board has different priorities, and that board says, you know what we really need there is a medical facility. And we don't really want to approve anything like townhomes and grocery stores, we want medical facility. Developers say, whoa, hold on, I have this development agreement, and so our expectations are going to be preserved. That is a risk that the development community had pointed out when the development agreement concept came forward and said, look, these things take a long time, and the politics keep changing, the priorities keep changing, yet I've got to get all the financing to build all the roads at the beginning. I've already financed a good portion of these improvements, but now what was originally popular with the board in 2021 is not popular with the board I'm seeing in 2026 or 27.
But to combat that, we could put performance dates in the development agreement.
Correct.
And that would take care
In
of
fact, that's a requirement. So certain amounts of performance scheduling, this is the phasing schedule,
Yes.
need to be met so that you don't end up with a 15 or I think this is going to be a 15-year agreement where nothing happens for 14 years and then it all pops up at the end. So that's another piece. But you can see how the town can only do so much on the development agreement side. The developer has to put up a certain amount, it's your vision, developer, it's not ours. So let's see it. Yeah.
You said this is for 15 years, this agreement?
This agreement would be in place for 15 years.
Oh, my God. Didn't realize that, Mr. Mr.
And it's not, and we're going to advocate non-transferable unless it comes back to you for approval.
Why is it 15 years?
Does it have to be 15 years?
I just want to know why it is. Start there, if you would.
I think that would be a great question when we get to the development agreement as to why I think they originally proposed 20. 15 seemed to make sense given their phasing schedule in terms of the developer is always looking for how slow it could go given
We're looking at how fast
recessions
it
and
could
things. Right.
Right, on this side.
Worst case scenarios. Right.
It doesn't have to be 15.
Oh, no, it
That's
doesn't.
what
No,
they
it
proposed.
needs to be whatever, everything in the development agreement is going to be whatever both parties can agree on.
We started
out
at
of
20, we're at 15, we're still talking.
So out of curiosity, have you seen a project that takes 15 years like this to happen?
Sure, the original statute set a term of 20 years, and that was deemed too short for large master plan industrial parks and such like that.
Wow.
And so now there is no limit on how long they could run.
To construct it.
Correct, to develop the entire site in all of its phases and all of its lots.
My guess is you'll hear something different from the developer, but again, like Dave said, they're going to want to seek a term of 15 years.
So back to the conceptual question that you seem to be asking the board or asking this board, if we were interested in saying things like, yes, we want a grocery store. Are you looking for that input now, or is there more to come?
I think what we are looking for is I want to know that you expect a high level of specificity in the project development, about the project in the agreement. That there's not going to be, you're not going to be find suitable with generalities. You would like some level of understanding of what's being proposed and that you agree to those level, just like you did with Cobblestone. X number of units, X number of square feet of commercial space, what kind of mix potentially, those type of levels. That has not been brought forth by the developer as far as their draft. I think they will, but they have not yet. And so what we want to make sure is that we represent you, saying that is important to you.
Right, and we're not assuming. So for me, it's a yes, just to clarify.
And I think we assumed that, but that's right. We didn't want to
Assumption.
go into our next level of discussions, not knowing that we had your support for asking and expecting some level of detail.
Yeah, I'm good with that. If we follow the same format as we did with Cobblestone.
Yep, and the last thing is we hope that we'll bring both drafts to you or keep you updated. This might be a monthly or every other month, but I'm hoping we keep this moving. Before, I fully expect to have one of these sessions again with a draft. So you get to hear from the developer, I think, to some level.
Yes.
I think it's appropriate before it goes to public hearing. Because obviously, you've heard the depth of complexity of this. I don't want you to set yourselves up or anybody to have an expectation that you get to draft for a public hearing. You need to see it. You need to also represent what you expect before it gets established for a public hearing. So that's our goal, is to get these both drafts done, have another one of these work sessions. Developer probably will be representative at that one, I'm sure. And then see what comes out of that.
So just so I understand, plans or any type of plans whatsoever will come well after this is worked out?
No, I think what I heard tonight is you expect some level of plans associated with the development agreement. It includes timing and certain
that would be
elements
great.
and size and such like that.
Yeah.
So there is going to be some level of plan.
The developer's first draft referenced a master plan. That master plan hasn't, it's just referenced as an exhibit. It hasn't yet been produced.
Right, okay.
So there's already a shared concept of a master plan. Those of us who have been doing this for a while, well, there's master plans and there's master plans, right? How detailed that would be. It cuts both ways. If it's super detailed, you might feel more confident with it. But as you become more confident with it, you're giving up the flexibility of your review later on. Likewise, that cuts the same way for the developer. The more detail he or she provides in the development agreement in the master plan is giving up the ability to come in with some crazy new concept later on that might be the tenant or user that the developer has had come to his or her door, right? And so now I have something to propose to the town that isn't in the development agreement, so I need a development agreement amendment at the very least. Both sides have to decide how much do you really want to get done in advance. Something needs to be done in advance, particularly if there's going to be any sort of fee credit discussion inside the development agreement, right? So if you want to get stuff, you got to give stuff. I think that's the fancy Latin term. Yeah.
But this process of kind of ebbing and flowing through the development agreement does not impact or slow down the Main Street Road project.
No, they're on their own.
I just want to make
They're
sure.
on their own track.
Awesome.
I suppose if let's say the comments in the work session tonight had been, I don't really think we need commercial out there or any residential, and I hope that just stays undeveloped. I think that probably would impact the reimbursement agreement quite a bit.
Gotcha.
In fact, we've heard the opposite from the developer. They have a performance negotiation with a couple of their tenants that the road needs to be at a certain level for them to partake and be part of that development.
The shared understanding to this point has left them very comfortable with the reimbursement side.
Very good.
Okay, I will continue to update you in a manner that I hope that you stay informed as our progress. And again, I hope that we get the reimbursement agreement to you very soon. If we get a development agreement, we'll bring that to you also.
Awesome.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the board before we leave this topic? I thought it was something for Amy. Did Amy address everything?
LGC, he was saying debt. I was just wondering, and
Okay.
Jackie asked the bond question.
So
you're-
y'all need Amy to,
We're good at this.
everybody good? Okay, sounds good. All right, thanks, appreciate it, good comments. Next item, Cobblestone Community Center discussion on prioritization, buildings, plans, and components. And Rachel Nielsen is going to present on that.
There you go.
You can take your,
You want to hear me a little bit better? All right, thank you all for having us here tonight. So my name is Rachel Nilsson. I'm an architect project manager with CPL. And also with me tonight, I have Ken Mayer. He's an architect and principal in charge of this project with CPL. What we'd like to do is to give you an update of where we stand in the current development of the Cobblestone Community Center Advanced Planning Project. Tonight, what I'm going to do is take you through a bit of our process, where we've gotten to where we are today, and then what we'd like from you is your feedback on what we've come up with to date and your feedback on the programs that we're looking at for this facility. We started the process with visioning, looking first at all of the great information that you have pulled together through previous master plans, through Parks and Recreation, looking at across the board what the community is looking for, what they're asking for, and what spaces or programs might be lacking across the town of Rolesville. And I just highlighted some of these. This is from that Parks and Recreation Master Plan. Those programs that are being asked for, the spaces, really highlighting the classroom space, multi-purpose space, festival and event space, and classroom spaces for life skills and education. And then coming out of that, one of the action items out of that master plan was to design and build a new recreation center that served indoor recreation needs, and then really looked at tying together that festival event space, classroom space, and multi-purpose spaces. When our project team and stakeholder team got together for the first time, we went through a goals, success, and avoidances session. So we looked at what are the goals for this facility as we saw them, what would make the project a success when it opens, and what do we need to make sure we avoid throughout the process for the project. So just highlighting a few of those goals were really to bring a lot of activity to the space. So this facility being right in the center of the Cobblestone development really wants to activate that entire development. There's a lot of new retail that'll be going in there,
There's a lot of new people that'll be moving in there. And so really be somewhere to serve the community at large and not just the people who live there. To fill the gaps in terms of office spaces, specifically for recreation needs, again, in the classroom multi-purpose spaces, and then that gym space potentially too, because the town does not have their own gym for community use. What they're doing is using gyms with the school districts, which can limit some of the program offerings. It's important to look at cost recovery as we look at what classes are being offered, as we look at rental for different spaces within this community center, cultural, health and wellness within this space, making sure it's consistent with the strategic plan, making sure that staff is integrated into the process, using best green practices, and making sure that it's a maintainable facility, that we build something that will be used and be maintained, easily maintained throughout the years. For success, making sure, I'm just going to highlight a few of these, that it's inclusive, multi-generational in terms of who it's bringing to the facility and who's using it and what the programs are being offered. That there's a multi-purpose flexibility of what we put there so that it can adapt and change throughout the years as recreation needs change, as community needs change, and as you look at other event spaces within your community. And then making sure that it's a kind of point of pride for the town of Rolesville, that it really speaks to Rolesville's identity. So through that process of that visioning, we came up with a program, a high-level program for spaces within the facility. So we knew we were going to need general spaces, we knew we were going to need support spaces, but then the other two major spaces that we needed to include were the staff spaces, making sure we had the reception, the offices for the recreation staff, and then the athletic and community spaces being the really big component. A gym event space, storage spaces for those athletic and community rooms, a kitchen of some type, and we talked about 3 different types of kitchens, and then multi-purpose rooms that can double as classrooms for all different kinds of programming. When we talked about the kitchen, we talked about the options for a teaching kitchen where you have the ability to do some life skills training. We talked about concessions, and we talked about catering. So that's one thing that I'll bring up a little bit later as we kind of open this up for discussion and get some of your feedback on what you all are envisioning in this space. Those multi-purpose rooms can be dual use for classroom, for fitness, for all different kinds of activities. They can be rentable spaces for parties, maker spaces, computer labs, yoga studios. And then those flexible event spaces. So in this particular facility, we're looking at one space, and we've got a couple of size options that we'll present to you. But that really can be used for recreation, for gym, for pickleball, for volleyball, for basketball, and at the same time can be used as event spaces. So you'll see that bottom right corner, those 2 images in the bottom right corner are the same space. One is just decorated for an event space. So there's a lot of things that we can do to really dress up the space, even if it is a gym, to make it so that it can be really flexible for all different kinds of events. So the first item that I'd want to pull up for discussion here is what we looked at is 2 different program options. So we built out 2 programs, and we built out 2 conceptual diagrams as well. One using a full-size high school regulation basketball court, and one using, for the purposes of this diagram, is a half-size basketball court. And so those are about 7,000 square feet and about 4,000 square feet. The benefits to an option A are that It can be used for athletics, for relieve use of using school basketball courts, for a lot of adult programming, for kids programming. The downside to it is that it's a lot more space that you are building. The full-size high school regulation basketball court can hold about 240 seated people at tables. You can see that diagram there. And then the half-size court can hold about 140 people seated at tables. So we kind of wanted to get your feedback on what was your vision for this facility. Is it to have that full recreation component in terms of that gym aspect and that kind of basketball court aspect, or to be truly more of an event space, and whether we look at a permanent stage or a what we talked about in a lot of our meetings was a portable stage that could come in and out, since you likely wouldn't be using it every week.
I think I would go with option A, only because we've seen in the past with the elementary schools, having a full court and everything else is great, but then they tear it down and they put a little multi-use room in there. It really doesn't do anything. I feel like this would be beneficial not only for like our basketball programs and everything else, but like you said, the adult programs and everything else we could bring in, and also events. If we're in a central location, we want as many spaces as we can for people, so 240 people versus 140, I think a 240 person event would be a lot better, so I would go with option A.
I would go with option A because I think the space that we have here doesn't even fit 100 people, am I correct? Seated.
If it's more than 100.
It's very tight, because I remember we had an event there with the chamber, and I think Rolesville needs the space. And I think that space A would be very beneficial to our teen programs, which I think that we desperately need here, as well as the rest of the programs that we have, because I'm assuming that this could have that partition wall and be sectioned off to be to the half court. That we, yeah, I think A is the better option.
Did we get opinions from, let's say, maybe the chamber or somebody that does events, you know, like the, what's that one they do annually?
Annual dinner.
Huh?
The annual dinner.
With the dinner, yeah, because they go out of town for that. But I'm thinking more of the expo thing. The expo that they have to go out of town on. Because I really think B is small for something like that.
I agree.
I really do. And, you know, I would hate to build something and then these in-town people still have to take the event out of town because we don't have space for them. That would be the main concern that I
Well,
have.
if we were stagnant with growth, that'd be one thing. If we were, you know, not a growing town or anything else, you would say, okay, does this make sense? But with the way we keep growing, I don't know. You don't want to underbuild anything.
Yeah, I was envisioning something totally different for an event center, you know, a meeting place for conferences and things like this. When you're looking at this, and it looks great, but a gymnasium, you've got to have high ceilings. I mean, are we looking at a multi-story building? I mean,
I have a question as well. You said there
We'll
was
get to
a,
that.
okay.
Yes.
You said there was a
I mean,
down.
It's going, and I don't want to throw water or on anything, but it's going to boil down to what we can afford. And this looks wonderful. Is this going to be something that's going to generate revenue?
Why are you taking my questions, Jeff?
Oh,
You
I'm
had
sorry.
said something about this being, there's a draw to the larger one, a drawback to the larger one?
The drawback would be kind of to what he just pointed out.
Okay,
You're
gotcha.
building more space.
The expense.
When you increase the number of people you can put there, you need to increase some of your other spaces in the building, restrooms, lobby spaces, things like that occasionally. And the large space can probably roughly hold about 500 people in a non-table seated environment, and the other ones like 300 or so. So thinking about just seating chairs with maybe a stage kind of thing.
And not to say anything, I skipped a couple pages ahead, and I think the basketball setting you'll see looks a lot different once we get further along, so.
Yeah, those are some of my same concerns. I think Jackie's reading my notes over here because my first thing was revenue. Will this generate revenue? I know we're going to be talking about the farm, and I know that's $500,000 of maintenance. So I want to see some revenue generating projects, and people need event spaces in the triangle, period. So I think that would be beneficial for us to have. The larger one does, let me take this off. The larger one does make more sense. Two questions I had. One was the second floor. I think you said we'll get to that. Does it have a second floor? And then the multi-generational use. I need to hear more about that because that's really important to me.
Yeah, and so let me answer the multi-generational use. I'll get to the next ones because we've got some conceptual diagrams. The answer is yes to the second floor, but it's second floor in either option. So the second floor is does not kind of go one way or the other. So really, the way that we looked at it is we want to offer spaces that are large enough to do a variety of different types of programming. You don't want to build a small classroom that can only hold 20 people seated at tables, and you can't do any type of Zumba programming or yoga or any other type of fitness programming in there. And that would be one thing to consider as you look at these two options is in terms of a revenue, looking at revenue too, how often are you going to be needing or able to use the event space as a half-court gym versus using a full-size gym? Does that get rented out on a weekly basis, on a daily basis? And how many events you have coming in that need that 140? Are you able to still use it for the teen programming in the same way because you can't have full court basketball games for adult or for teen programming? You can do half-court games. We could still fit a full-size volleyball court in there, and you could still fit a full-size pickleball court. And so thinking about the different types of programming and sports activities that you can play in there speaks to the multi-generational. Pickleball is one of your really important senior activities. And then a lot of the volleyball in basketball is really big in the younger groups that are coming up. A lot of also demand that we see on the senior end is in like indoor walking areas. And so while we're not proposing an elevated walking track here, the larger gym does give you, both gyms do, but the larger gym gives you a little bit better ability to maybe zone a walking area around the outside of that court for daily use during weekdays when that facility is usually not as well used by the younger adult population or by children. Does that help answer some of those questions?
Somewhat. Pickleball's pushing it for seniors. I'm not a senior yet, but yeah. That's pushing it for seniors. Sorry, that's pushing it. I've seen pickleball and I played, yeah. But the indoor walking, I can work with you on that.
Okay. So we can come back to this too, but I'm going to keep moving through the conceptual so we can help answer some of those questions. So looking at those two programs, what we did is we came up with two different options for how those two programs laid out on the site. And again, we have a pretty defined area that we are working with on the Cobblestone plan. There were some changes to the plan that actually gave us more flexibility in the footprint than what you may have seen on that previous development plan. And so this is option A. So this is the what I'll call the full-size gym option. So on the right side of your plan is the first floor. And so on that first floor, we've got that full-size court. We've got multi-purpose room that opens out into the plaza area. We have a large lobby, which we also figure will be a pre-function space, especially if you're using it for events, as well as that kitchen space and where we can either do catering or concessions straight into that event space. On the second floor, this area is the gym, and it would be a 2-story space. That gym would be. We have some lobby space upstairs. We have an administrative suite for recreation staff, additional support spaces, and the second multi-purpose room for a variety of different programming. And just looking at how, again, like I mentioned, that really is a 2-story all the way through, and that's because the footprint on the site is pretty small. It's only about 9,000 square feet, and a full-size gym space is about 7,000 square feet. Even if we looked at a half court, that's about 4,000. It doesn't leave a lot of space once we add in the required bathrooms, mechanical rooms, electrical rooms, all of that, for all the classroom and office spaces as well. And then this is how that option A lays out on the site plan.
It would be required to have an elevator, would it not?
It would, yes.
So is that proposed in here somewhere?
Yes,
I'm missing it.
Yeah.
It's right beside the green.
right over
Green.
here in the blue,
It's like the first blue box.
right off of the lobby.
So on the diagram, it says 15,900 square feet. Are you counting both floors? The little upper right one you went to?
I would disregard what that says. I didn't put those numbers on there, so.
Because I do remember 15, I remember 9,000 when she said that. That kind of threw me off. Anybody?
This one is a little bit larger. I think that footprint is about 11,000 square feet, so I'm not sure what the 15 number is.
One floor?
That one is one. This one right here is about 22,000 as it currently stands, but it's a little bit oversized in a few areas at the conceptual stage.
So when you say 22,000, you counting the gym twice?
That's counting, yeah. So it's not 22,000 of program space. It's a 11,000 square foot footprint.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I think it was proposed to be 18, if I recall.
I remember it being larger
Yeah.
than 9 or 11, though.
18 is what
I
I
don't
looked back
remember the
on.
number.
18.
Did we
But see, that
lose-
was a 2-story building with 2 floors, which would have been
The 18
18,000.
that was proposed on the
This
previous
one,
plan.
you're losing a
was-
lot of the second floor because of the gym. I mean, you don't
You do,
have,
yes.
I don't even think you have maybe 12 or 13,000 if you don't count the gym twice, I don't think.
Mm-hmm.
You can't, because it's not floored. You're looking at floored heated square footage.
That's supposed to be floor space, right?
Yeah.
So that option B, again, we're talking about the half court, and you can see that overlay of the half court of that basketball court and the full size volleyball court. So again, on the ground floor, large lobby pre-function space, that gym event space, and then the kitchen with the support spaces. So both multi-purpose rooms in this plan are both up on the second floor because we don't have room for those on the ground floor. But that lobby space is what opens out into the plaza as opposed to the multi-purpose room. And let me just jump back really quick a little bit. So this is what we're referring to as that plaza area right over here. I know it's a little bit small, and that actually is directly across from the larger outdoor event space that Cobblestone is proposing in their plan. So there is a connection through to that larger outdoor event space, since we know that there's some outdoor event programming that's proposed on different days at the Cobblestone development.
But those are all Cobblestone sponsored, right?
I believe there's a certain number that are town
But
sponsored.
not that many, though.
So what are you losing on the outside? Is that a drop-off area or something you lose with the bigger building?
Yeah, so on the smaller building, we have a drop-off. That is I believe this is a one-way drop-off in front of the building there. And then that's that outdoor plaza space. On the larger building, The drop-off is, we do still have a drop-off. It's a pullover drop-off instead of a pull-through drop-off. So this area right here where the mouse is not parking spaces, that's all drop-off zone. So that you are dropping off outside of the lane of traffic. And then, like I mentioned with this one, we still have the recreation office suite, and then those 2 multi-purpose rooms that are upstairs. And again, this one is the full 2 stories as well. And this one is about 9,000 square feet on the ground floor footprint. Any questions or comments on this?
So if we do a large gym, that eliminates us from having to use the school gyms? I thought I saw something in the notes. I just want to make sure that I'm reading that right. Because I don't want to hear later on, oh no, we still have to use them. You remembered incorrectly, Commissioner Sutton. So let's talk about that. That's what I
I
saw.
don't know if I know the answer to that.
That's not the
current
wording that I'm reading.
population, it would eliminate the use of Rolesville Middle School gyms. We're at capacity right now at 400 participants, and we meet that. Pre-COVID, we were at 400, and this year we're maxed out at 400 participants. Once you add this gym, we may still have to use it, but not to the same extent that we use the school gym. Because again, we'll be down to just one gym, and it would still be at a capacity of about 400 participants per gym. As the town grows, this will allow our participation to continue to grow with the town.
Okay, but it
So
does
I'm not going to say it's going to
relieve.
eliminate it together.
But it says that in your option A, so you might want to change.
Currently, it would help
Right
us.
now.
Yes, ma'am. But in the
This
future,
isn't gonna be built until 2024.
So whenever it's built, yeah, it won't be
So
built
by
tomorrow.
then, we're gonna need it. We're gonna need both gyms. That's why that needs to come out already. Yeah.
So to help support it,
yes, ma'am.
gotcha. I just wanted to make sure that that was brought up.
Yeah, but currently we're at capacity with our basketball program, and we cannot offer any other adult or teen programming because we don't have that gym space. We have to rent from the school at a very high rate.
And this would give us the ability to do like tournaments or, no?
I don't think you really do turn. You may get some practices from those teams, but you really need multiple gyms on site to host tournaments.
But practices and games is what we.
You could rent it out for practices, yes, ma'am, but it would use more of recreational leagues. If you want it for athletically, be more of a recreational. You really wouldn't bring in tournaments because they want that multi-court facility.
Continuous play, gotcha.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this original design, or is it being used anywhere else that,
No, this is specific to this project, this program in your town.
it's a custom-built thing?
It's a custom built, yeah.
And it doesn't have a external look to it yet. Is it intended to be blended in with the village?
I will jump to the next steps.
Okay.
So yes, our goal with today's meeting, and we can jump back if there's more discussion too, is to really hopefully come out of September with a final program. So we've been looking at 2 options as we go to really narrow that to one option to refine what size event space we're looking at, to discuss what kitchen, for example, model that we're looking at of those 3 different models mentioned, and to finalize that scope. From there, between October and December, what we'll do is develop that conceptual design plan. So right now, you notice that those are just color blocks. We will turn that into an actual floor plan, make that all refined, and then also develop those elevations. So we have met with Cobblestone a few times as we've gone through this process, and we'll be coordinating the look of that building with the city and with Cobblestone. They have been fairly flexible so far on what they're looking for, and are really kind of looking for the town to give feedback on what that identity for it needs to look like. At the end of that, we'll develop the opinion of probable cost for that new building. So in December, you will have that to make decisions moving forward. And then January and beyond, just if you're wondering where it goes from there, would develop conceptual design into construction documents, procurement of bids or GMP, and construction with the intent of construction being completed by February 2024 per the development agreement.
Thank you for that timeline. That's very helpful. So I'm just going to ask this question. I know that this is very conceptual. That's all we have right now. So if you were to build this like it is, just square footage wise, what would be the difference in what would those prices look like?
So what we are seeing right now for costs of facilities like this is $300 to $350 a square foot. This particular facility doesn't really involve any site work, so that does help the cost. So looking at kind of the 325 number, and we're predicting somewhere between, looking at those two different models, between probably 15,000 or 18,000 square feet total. So
So
5 million to 6 million range.
okay, so let me ask a question. So the 18,000 square feet, that is the gym, and the gym is counted twice, even though there's, no?
No. So that would be, the way we look at those square foot costs is we look at how much floor you're building. And so you are looking at the entire ground floor, which was that, let me just check that number.
7,000 or
Which was
9,000.
that like 11,000 on the large option, for example, or so on the small option was that 9,000 on the ground floor. And then on the second floor, that's about 5,000 or 6,000.
Okay.
So my one thought process on this is, I mean, we have two options here and everything else. Like I've said already, I think that the larger one works. If we were sitting here today and we just picked out a field somewhere and we said, hey, we're gonna build a multi-purpose building for the town to use. I know this price is kind of high, but we're honestly building this in the middle of a tax generating area. Like this is part of something that's going to bring a tax base to that area. So I don't see it as a standalone building. I see it as something that's going into something that's also going to have a tax base around it to support that. So we're not just taking out of pocket $5 million and saying, well, we're going to build this out in the middle of this field and hopefully everybody uses it. I feel like we're building it in the middle of an area that's not there right now. There's going to be an eventual tax base and can support the cost of the building.
And I think it's something that a space that our Parks and Rec needs for the
Right.
programs that we have. We don't even have enough space for some of the programs that we want to do now.
That's right.
I don't have a mega issue with it. I didn't know that this was going to be all rec space with some event options included. So this is news to me today. But I understand the need for it. I do. My concern is, I go back to revenue. How much revenue is it generating? And then that guides me to our fee schedule for Parks and Rec. I know we were supposed to look at all of our fees. I want to make sure if we're building a building for Rolesville, we need to start focusing on Rolesville. And if we're going to keep trafficking county students and folks in here, then we need to charge them accordingly. And I know that we had a fee schedule we were supposed to visit, so I am curious as to where we are on that. Because to me, yeah, it's great to dream and have all these ideas and all these things that we need, but we also need revenue to fund those. And these projects are not going to be finished, such as Cobblestone, until then. And my only other concern is I felt like Cobblestone was building a sense of place down there. And so if you're going to have restaurants or bars or whatever the case may be, how does that work with a Parks and Rec type building? When you're looking at dropping kids off and you have maybe restaurant and parking, that whole issue, that creates a concern for me. I just don't know how that flows together.
Like a conflict.
Right, when you're kind of moving all those people, all those moving parts at once.
So one of that's a very good point, and we discussed that within the last few weeks, especially as we were looking at the drop-off for this, because that was a really important thing, that the drop-off did not occur in a lane of traffic, that it was a safe drop-off, because parents are typically dropping a kid off at the door, they're running inside, and then the parent may go park somewhere else. One of the things that was brought up that I think Cobblestone was pretty excited about was the opportunity for a lot with the youth programming that happens here. It's not always going to be parents sitting and watching, and that those parents will be going and grabbing dinner after or during within the Cobblestone area. So they seem pretty excited to have something that was going to be constantly having traffic come to it, as opposed to a building that was used primarily on weekends.
I just want to know how that works in reality, though, because I know there's some, and I'm trying to think of somewhere in Wake Forest, they have that concept. It's not coming to me right now. But I'd like to see that, how that works in reality versus in concept, because I could see that being a conflict, not only for traffic, but just the interaction of adults that don't have children, so they're not dropping their kids off. How does that space work altogether?
Did we ever get a cost for this, Kelly, in terms of payment to Cobblestone? Wasn't there some issue about what the charge would be for the town to, was it lease this building, or? I know at one time we never had a cost for it. It was forthcoming. What is the cost?
Well, so today's the first day we've heard, at least at this options, a general range of cost. So we've always talked about square footage. We never have known what we're programming, building, or possibly a cost estimate, so.
Okay, with that, I mean, the cost, because basically, aren't we in a sense leasing it back from Cobblestone? We have to do the build out,
Oh,
but
I'm
isn't there a
sorry,
fee?
you're
I'm
talking about our
sorry.
arrangement with Cobblestone.
Correct,
Our arrangement will be, we have not made that choice formally.
okay.
But right now, the best arrangement's going to be lease it for about 99 years for $1, the ground space, and we own the building.
Okay.
But also, though, speaking of what she's talking about, it's still an option that we could have them build it and we just lease it. Wasn't that in agreement?
It is, yeah, and I don't know how that works.
Not sure I'm for favor of that, because I think
Right.
we should be able to own building.
I think that's what I always understood was where we were going to go.
Mm-hmm.
We were going to own it and build it.
I knew there were the
do-
two options, I just
I
didn't know
do-
what that final price was.
I do agree with Paul somewhat about the concept of this is part of Cobblestone. If we don't have Cobblestone, we don't have this, right? We wouldn't build it out there in the middle of a field without Cobblestone. This is part of Cobblestone, so whatever our economic income or revenue from Cobblestone, I don't know if it'll pay for this monthly or not, but it should assist with that, and that's the kind of numbers I think we need to know. Is, in other words, does the economic development of Cobblestone pay for half of this, 3/4 of this, or all of this,
Upon build out.
Yeah, I mean, it's a $55 million project. I don't know what's
Yeah.
the income of $55 million
Right,
project.
We need to know that.
we can generate what Cobblestone put together. We've got that, what it'll generate annually.
We also still have a discussion with Cobblestone regarding that drop-off anyways, right? That's not what we agreed to initially. They had a roundabout there prior, or something similar to a,
They did, they've resubmitted their plan. You're going to see that in October.
all right, Yep.
That tries to accommodate both these.
okay, all right,
They did come up with these two
okay.
plan options, so they were involved in this.
Yeah, and I'm trying to wrap my brain around, I think Commissioner Sutton makes a point about the basketball thing. But even if it's just event center there, if I recall, like the Renaissance and different places, it's not height like this. I mean, it's a pretty high. You got a, event center hall, it's pretty high. I mean, your pictures said it was pretty high anyway. So
We have this building at our church called the CLC, a Continuing Life Center. And we've got the gymnasium, we've got the kitchen, we've got the classrooms. So if you guys want to see what it looks like, we could tour it. And you may have it at Rolesville
Yeah,
Baptist.
it's one across
You may have it there. It works great for us at our church, for the many uses we have, and it offers things for children as well as elderly, as well as meetings. So in theory, it's wonderful. It comes down to what Commissioner Sutton and I are always harping on is cost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As for the kitchen, I can see you have it in here, and that may not be a bad thing, but I'm not sure. Most events going to be there is going to be catered. It's not going to be
Not
cooking.
true.
Yeah, I don't
No,
think so.
no.
Not true.
And
Yeah, we run into that a lot with some of our events.
Yeah.
We do big events for our family, 200 to 300 people. And there's always an issue with the kitchen. There's always a kitchen issue, because caterers want a kitchen to use. And if you're doing your own, you need a kitchen. All I'm saying, in a triangle, event space is limited, very limited and very sparse. So churches have finally figured that out.
Yes.
That's a revenue generator. So this will give us a source of revenue. But I do think you have to be fully equipped to either cater or people to do their own.
Well, if you do the kitchen, another thing about it, it could be a emergency center too, in case of a hurricane or
That's
something
good.
like that.
Shelter.
I mean, if it's built correctly, it could be a place where you house them and feed them and have
That's a good
people
point.
come in and.
And that opens up additional programs that could possibly be offered, maybe, eventually.
Yeah, that's a good
So,
point.
excuse me, I have a question. So was there anything said about a commissary for this type of kitchen? Of using it as a commissary kitchen, or not really?
Commissary. Is that what you said, commissary?
In terms of like the
Renting out the kitchen, just renting out the kitchen?
I mean, yes, in a way. What we've done with a lot of facilities similar to this is that they typically, caterers really at the core can get away with something pretty small, but if you're doing a large event with 200-300 people, they're going to need more than just a small catering kitchen. And so, yeah, the ability to be doing some cooking there. It also, one of the things noted in that master plan was the life skills training, life skills education, and cooking is a really big piece of that, not just for, that's kind of for youth and for seniors. And your teens, so all across the board. And so that brings in ability to use it for rental, and you can look at it from a revenue perspective in terms of renting just the gym or the gym with the kitchen, and kind of giving people different package options.
The one kitchen?
We're proposing one kitchen, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would say we wouldn't do it without one industrial kitchen.
Yeah, if you're going to do it, you do it.
Gonna do
You
it
do it
right.
right, and you do it where you can
Yeah.
do emergency stuff. I really think this is important that we get it right. Whatever we do, we get it right. And I'm more in favor of the bigger one, I think. But I would like to see the numbers on it. I would like to see, with the revenue generated, tax revenue generated off the project, plus the revenue generated off the facility use, which I think will generate some revenues, right?
A little bit.
Will that pretty much wash out? I mean, how close would that be? And maybe Amy can put some numbers to that. Because I don't think, I know places have done this before. The Renaissance. Have anybody been to the Renaissance? Renaissance is like that. And I don't think the Renaissance, from what I gathered, break even because of the building and all that. So I'm not expecting to break even, but with the tax revenue generated from Cobblestone, it might, then.
That's a lot of, but that's a lot. When you're talking about the numbers I just did on my phone, you're talking about, if we do it and do it right, we're talking about between $5 and $6 million. Ronnie, that's
$500 to $600,000 a year, right?
well, on a 10-year basis, yes, but that's,
But doesn't that take away from what that
But
one is down to?
how much is how much is the revenue generated off a $55 million
Off of
project?
Cobblestone.
Well,
Tax.
yeah, it depends on the use, it depends on the tax rate. You know, so, well, I mean, but
We have to perform.
I think we're gonna have to look to staff to help us understand what kind of money we're gonna generate.
Yeah, the numbers. We need
Yeah.
the numbers.
Yeah, especially with what Paul says, and he has a valid point, that I'm sitting here looking at a budget on 9,300 people. But 5 years from now, I mean, if we've approved over 3,000 homes, I know, to be built in the next 5 years if the economy holds, because most of your subdivisions want a 20% absorption rate. So if you figure 3,000 homes at 3 people a house, you know, and it'll be 3.5 or whatever, you're looking at another 10,000 people. So, you know, 5 to 7 years from now, we could be looking at a population of 20,000 people.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of moving parts, and there are a lot of ifs.
But we're getting to the point now, it's not just people. I mean, it's these projects. It's Cobblestone project, which is, you know, how many people is $55 million project?
Yeah, as well as not only Cobblestone, but Wallbrook and these other commercial possibilities that are coming to the table that will bring people here. So we do
Trying to
need,
transition to the next conversation.
okay?
We're going to get into quite a bit more of that.
Okay.
I have
All
one
right.
other quick question before,
Yeah, no, no,
I
don't worry.
forgot your name.
Rachel.
After all this. Hi, Rachel. So is the gym, how it's proposed, and I think the larger one does make sense, is it dividable?
Yes, and so
Because-
there are options for,
Yeah.
what we haven't gone into is some of those details.
Gotcha.
So we could do a hard wall divider that provides a little bit more separation, especially if you're looking at it from an event space perspective. Typically, what we will look at in these gyms is a curtain divider, just because cost is a lot lower on that. And if you're not needing to divide it for an event space, usually you're just dividing it for recreation programming or community programming. You don't need that sound division. So that's something that we can look at.
I was just curious, because every event space I've seen, I went to a yoga class or something, I'm like, this space is huge, and they didn't have a way to divide it, and I thought, what a waste of space. But, so I think that's important, but my other question was, and it just slipped my mind. I lost it. It'll come back to me. Maybe I am a senior.
So, are we looking for direction?
Yeah, maybe just, can I ask a couple other questions real fast? Rachel, could you give us an update on the clock tower? Because that was an element of this building too.
Yeah.
Where did we land on that?
We didn't land anywhere yet.
Okay.
And so one element that was discussed and noted within the Cobblestone development was for a clock tower to be a part of this building. At some point, a specific location was not determined. And that clock tower is depicted in your new logo and is kind of what you have outside the street here. So that would be one thing that as we move forward into the next steps, if that's something that you all still want to include here, that we would put in with the conceptual design. There are a few options for that. We can incorporate the clock tower as a part of the building, and then likely at kind of the main entry point, which in this plan is this green area here, which is right in this area here. A second option is with that initial drop-off, if that initial drop-off that you saw previously on Cobblestone's plan is removed, which did drop off right in this area, you now have a lot of green space, and we could do a standalone clock tower, though that would be less cost-effective because you are having to build a whole separate component. But this open area does allow for maybe some public art or something else as well.
So you're saying the clock tower would be built as into the building or no?
Into the building was the option that was originally reviewed, yeah.
Okay, so in my mind, is it something like Back to the Future where the clock tower was built into the building? That's what I'm trying to envision.
Yeah.
It just stands out to me, okay.
So really where, probably at that main lobby space, instead of just being a 2-story space, maybe that goes up even higher and is a 2.5-story space, maybe a 3-story space that you can put a clock tower on the top of. The building surrounding this, and this site plan is cropped, but this building sits right between Main Street and the community center, and then this building here. Really, those 2 buildings are both 3-story buildings, and really the rest of Cobblestone's development is all 2 to 3-story buildings at least as well. So this building actually, as a 2-story building, is going to be one of the shorter buildings within the development.
So the clock tower built into the building would stand out still.
The original concept, if you remember about the clock tower, though, and this is why development agreements are this way, was that you could see the clock tower from Main Street. Remember, there was going to be that opening and see. Now with the privet stain and such, I don't think it's going to be as, you're not going to see it as much.
But he's only 1 story.
Right, I don't know if you're going to see a clock tower as much, where particularly where where we would do a
Is he
clock tower
really?
location.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Buzz is on top.
So I think the question is, do you want, we're willing to put forth the effort on the clock tower. We have it in the EDA that we're supposed to build one. I don't know if Cobblestone cares that much either way. But if you want us to continue to work on it, we'll work on it and bring back a couple of design components with it. But it was something we did originally plan on this.
So the concept was you would see it, if you're coming down Main, it would kind of be in that.
Yep.
I gotcha. I like the idea of a modern clock tower. I'm just saying, just making sure we ain't Big Ben in it. But
Given our
anyway.
visioning at the beginning of this for the building, we're running the same direction.
Yeah.
Yeah, and really to Kelly's point, if you look at that larger site plan, it will definitely be visible coming into the development once you enter the development. But, and there is an open area here, which is currently planned for that Veterans Memorial relocation. And so that's really the opening from Main Street to the building where you would potentially see that. But it is pretty hidden from the other 3 sides.
Keep on working on the concept? Okay, we'll try and continue working on incorporating. So maybe I can move towards, and I don't want to take away your time, so take as much time tonight as you need, but what I'm hearing is option A, continue to refine, and that while we work through that, you also want to know, and this is something, Rachel, we'll need to talk about, I'd like your assistance on, is with JG is the programming elements potentially of revenue, resources and such, that this might support at some level. And then also the pro forma of the Cobblestone, what that's going to generate.
I was just thinking, it actually is a third component to figure into it. You got to have space. So whatever the space the parks folks is using, we would have to pay for that somewhere,
Right,
right?
right.
We're paying it for here in this building, and we lease another building, we're gonna have to pay, what is floor space renting a month, for office? It's pretty,
It's all over the board, but in Rolesville, it's at the retail, it's around 14 a foot.
Right.
Gross.
you follow what I'm saying?
Yep.
If you
So
move
it
it,
opens up this area back here and you can use this, continue using
yeah,
this for
I mean,
purposes.
I don't know how many square foot the office space
Yep.
is, but that's something
Value.
we'd have to pay for either in this building or in another building,
Yeah.
or leasing or something.
In Raleigh, it's over $20 a square foot.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's 15 here, but
You'll never get a development, you'll never get a less expensive development, as far as land.
Right.
And preparation. So
Goes
you've
up
got
from
a
here.
site here that's being designed and built, around for you in this location. So that takes off a lot of money in preparation. So Is that a fair where you want to go in the next couple months out, is what I just assessed, is continue looking at option A with kitchen elements, clock tower elements, evaluation, some revenue components within what we can provide for your further consideration. Is that where we are tonight?
I just remembered my question from earlier. Storage. I can't even say that enough. If you're talking about event space, to me, that always gets left out when you talk about storing tables, whatever the case may be, storing supplies for classes, storage. And
Right,
I think
so
I
you-
saw it on there, but I think I saw one spot of storage.
Got more than one.
Right, okay,
So,
so.
yeah, we've got a storage room here for kitchen specifically, storage here for the event space, and then storage specifically for multipurpose, and then a whole nother general storage room up there.
Okay, because I know that gets left off a lot.
Yeah.
Storage.
Now, the biggest piece I want to make sure from my perspective, is do you want to go with no additional stage in this, as far as, because we're already up, you heard the dollar amount, but this will not allow any kind of stage. You have to bring it in, right? And you will not be building in a staging component to this facility. Are you good with that, or do you want any further exploration of any kind of staging in this?
Can we see with and without? Is that too much to ask?
Is it possible to put staging in here?
Just to see what the cost is and the concept?
Because I'm going to say, I think staging is important.
If you
Whether
do-
it's permanent or you bring it permanent or
Oh, I
portable,
think
it's important.
there's really two options. There's a permanent stage option, which is going to take up a lot more space.
Gotcha.
And then there is, because that means building the room for it, and that stage needs to be a 2-story or at least a 1.5-story space as well. And then you need ramps and stairs up to that. The second option is for where it's a portable stage, but you own the stage and you store it at this facility. And what we would need to do there is just make sure that your storage rooms are significantly larger than what we're currently showing in order to do that.
Right.
So I guess to follow up to that would be, is there an expectation for how often you plan to use that it would be something that you would want there every weekend, every other weekend, once a month?
But we don't know, Rachel. We're crystal balling it with you.
That's right.
We don't know. If we knew that, we'd all be, somewhere on an island.
I just think it depends on what you're going to use that event space, the
For.
event space for. That will determine if.
Yeah,
so.
and we can look at both of those options. I will say, in this particular plan, a built-in stage is going to be difficult just because of our site constraints. And actually, no, we should have some space. We do have some space back here, but we have a few easements that we need to stay out of on that site plan. So,
Are you
yeah,
able
we
to
could
bump
add
out
it
walls
on
or
this one.
anything for the extra storage for a stage?
I'm sorry?
Are you able to bump out walls for extra space for storage?
That's what we would need to do if we were
Okay.
able to, if we wanted to add a permanent stage. And we do, I thought we were a little bit tighter here, but we do have some room on the back there to be able to do
Yeah,
that.
I guess one option, when we're looking at the combination options, you could do the half court in the big building and use the other half to put your stage in there. Right? Would that work?
I don't understand the question.
If you
Yeah.
did the big building and just do a half court up to half of it, and then the back side where the second half of the court go, put the stage back there.
Yes, as a permanent stage?
Yeah.
Yes, you wouldn't have the option to run
A full court.
those full court
That's right.
games.
You have to take the full court out and put a half court in.
Then that puts you back at the mercy of the schools again. That kind of counteracts that, right, JG? Oh, so you shrugged your shoulder. I'm thinking it would.
How does the concept of the basketball court impact parking? So if I'm coming to my child's game, we already have allotted, Cobblestone's already talked through parking, but I don't think a basketball court was included in that conversation. So have you all considered that?
So my understanding is they ran the numbers with the expectation that this was a community building, which does have a higher parking count requirement. So it would, that community building would include, zoning-wise, would include a recreation center. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that accounted for a basketball court, because this was always called a municipal facility. Like I said, basketball court's the first I seen it tonight. So that was accounted for in those numbers. Because I know Commissioner Sneed was on that parking part. I think Vilga too was on that parking allotment.
But when I look at the option A, I don't see room for bleachers.
No, so well, and that's a discussion point that we can have as we further develop too. That particular one would either be fold-up bleachers or portable bleachers, so you could move them as needed.
Okay.
In that current configuration, because we were trying to limit the size of that. But if that's something that's important, we can increase the size of that gym a little bit to allow for fixed bleachers.
Trying to think, what does Wake Forest have?
I don't
And their new
remember the last
facility.
time I saw fixed bleachers, except for football stadiums.
Yeah.
I've always seen them,
Yeah, they always,
Fold
the ones
up.
I've seen fold up.
yeah.
I think that's what they have at Wake Forest too, at that new, well, now it's like 2 or 3 years old. I think there's our,
To allow for the extra
Well,
space when
most
needed.
municipal gyms do not have bleachers in them.
Yeah.
Yep.
The parents stand or they bring in chairs or.
no, Wake
have
Forest has,
portable-
they have bleachers in theirs. They're like maybe 3 stories or something like that, but I think they're portable.
You talking about the town of Wake Forest?
Yeah,
They got
the new
they got some old
facility.
gyms, old facilities that's got bleachers in it.
Yeah, those are bleachers, but the new facility, I can't think of the name of it, but they have, I
Joiner?
mean,
In Joyner Park.
yeah, the one at Joyner Park, the new facility they built. There are bleachers on one side,
You go look at it.
and they look basically like you push a button or somebody, you know,
They collapse.
yeah. But it's only on one side, though. And it probably sits like maybe 25, 30 people.
More questions or more questions for us? What about the board? Sheila? Paul?
Move on.
Jackie?
I do have one question. So with all this discussion, with nothing finalized, does your it was basically like a 3-year mark before this would be completed. Does that 3-year mark start when it's finalized? Because I know you had a date on there already.
No, so
Per our EDA agreement with Cobblestone.
Oh, okay. But wait a minute, but how can that be if there's no decision met now or next month or the month after?
Well,
that
We have
gives
time.
plenty of time.
you have plenty of
You
time.
have plenty of time.
Oh, you built it
Yeah.
in already?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we're not expecting a decision on, there's the beyond,
That, yeah,
January and beyond.
and beyond.
Yeah. So there's
The-
months still of final design. What we hope to come back probably in December is a further conversation on this, or November. I hope November. And we'll bring back more information and start refining it further with you all.
And Cobblestone would likely not be even built out, close to built out by that. I mean, that's less than 3 years away.
Right.
It's like 2 years and a few months, so. Unless they're really moving fast, then I'll be concerned about the quality.
Oh, my God. He said 1 to 2 years, he expects full build out in 2 years.
Full build out?
That's what he said.
That's what he said at the,
Oh, my little, did you know?
California dreaming.
I think we have enough to continue. And hopefully it'll be ready in 2 months, do you think? Can we be ready by the work session in November?
Yeah, end
We
of
don't have,
November.
we will
right?
not have a work session in December.
Yeah, end of November, right, yeah.
Yep. You'll see this again in 2 months with option A further refined out.
And all those other components.
Yes.
Awesome.
Well, thank you. Very good presentation. Appreciate it. Looks like the committee had worked very hard in coming up with some ideas. And thanks everyone that's here that worked on that. And Michael, thank you, and JG, other staff members that pulled this together. And thank you for coming out. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, and at the end of the day, quite frankly, as Rachel said at the very beginning, your work that you did in the planning was what's laid all the groundwork. So
Right. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
you.
Okay, we've gone almost hour and 45 minutes, and I know the next one could go a little bit long. So let's take a 10-minute break. Be back here at about 8 till. All right. Okay, I call back to order the Rolesville Board of Commissioners work session. Next item on the agenda is continuation of the farm bond initiative discussion and relationship to the CIP prioritization. I see JG standing up there. Are you going to kick this thing off for us, or?
My name's on the agenda, so I guess.
Okay, sounds good.
So Mayor and Board of Commissioners, thank you again. This agenda item is kind of a three-prong item, as the mayor kind of alluded to. The first group we will have will be McAdams. They have viewed the board meeting from the August 17th meeting, and so they've heard some of your questions from that meeting. They're here to answer some of those questions for you, and they've also got a small presentation. They kind of heard what came from that. We'll order some scaled down options as well. What can we do, more of an immediate need out there? So they've got presentation. I handed that out before the meeting started tonight, so you should have this presentation they're going to present in front of you. After they are done, we also have Davenport and folks here to talk about the bond. I think Amy may get up and introduce those folks. But so again, this is kind of a three-prong. We're going to start with McAdams, and I'm going to turn it over to them, and we'll get started from there.
Good evening. So good to be here tonight. As JG mentioned, we're McAdams. I'm David Malcolm, Vice President for Planning and Design at McAdams. And with me also is my associate, Shweta Hankar, who's project manager, parks planner, and has been working on a lot of the information you're going to see tonight. It's good to be back. We've been working on this project for quite some time, many months. And what we're going to do very quickly, as JG mentioned, give you a quick overview and a recap of kind of what we've completed to date, talk about some of your questions along the way. I think we've got most of them answered in this presentation. And we'll talk about some options that you all had given us some directive or to the management staff last time, that we've sort of broken down that plan into some options that are more bite-sized pieces for you in a feasible phase one. And then talk about some costs that go with that, and then talk about maintenance considerations, and then some next steps, and then we'll answer any questions you have, and then we'll flip it to Davenport from there. Sound good? Okay. All yours, Shweta.
All right, good evening, everybody. My name is Shweta Nanekar. I'm the project manager, landscape architect on this project.
Can you move closer to the microphone or put it closer to you so we can hear you?
Is that better?
A little.
Better. All right. I do have a little light voice, so thank you for saying that ahead of the meeting. So, all right, so let's go through this presentation a little bit in detail. First, on the first slide, we wanted to show you the overall project process that we have been through up till now. You already have adopted the master plan for this project, and during that adopted master plan, we have included the cost estimate, phasing components, and also included the implementation plan in that. That was adopted during the early 2020. Then we moved on to developing the 30% construction drawings for this project, which included topographic survey, boundary survey of the site with due diligence, coordination with other agencies, including NCDOT, coordination with the neighbors, a little bit more on the access road component, and also NCDEQ and your planning department to understand the code compliances. And so taking all that information, we developed our 30% construction drawings for the phase one for the project. And today we are here, as we heard at the last meeting, there were some ideas that were being considered here for developing the budget for the bond referendum. And so we wanted to address the phasing items, and as David said, probably divide them into smaller chunks so that we can look at the sub-phasing option from highest and best use of facilities from the programming perspective, addressing the needs of the community for developing the facilities that they really want on this site, and then also looking at revenue potentials and operations and maintenance that would take the staff time. So from that process, wanted to get back to the site plan that you have seen at the August 17th meeting. It's similar to what you have adopted in the master plan stage. There is an athletic zone that you can see on the plan west side. The event zone area that includes an event center, event lawn area, an amphitheater, and a large playground space and a dog park area. And then the historic zone, which includes the existing historic house and the accessory buildings around it. Also included with that would be the maintenance shop building on the plan eastern side. And then all the screened back area that you see would be the future phases for this park facility. So I know there was one question that came up at the last meeting about the total developed area for the park site. So we have about 116 acres for the total parkland, and then about 37 has been developed in the phase 1 option, so that will constitute about 30% of the total park area being developed for this site. On the left side, you will see all the amenities that are being proposed in that phase 1 option. So we can take a pause at this moment if you have any site plan related questions. But then after that, we will dive a little bit deeper into dividing this plan and coming up with some scenarios for sub-phasing options.
Can you remind the board and myself the utility system out here? So from a water and sewer infrastructure component,
That's correct.
what's being proposed?
So currently this Fraser Farm site is in the drinking water watershed area. So it does not have any water and sewer component to it. And the site is restricted from developing the municipal water and sewer. So the site will be on well water and septic as it gets developed here.
I have a point of clarity in I have two diagrams. So the one that you're using is kind of screened out, and I thought I heard you say future development area?
That's correct.
Is that what I heard you say?
Yeah. So those will be the future phases.
So when I look on my screen, it just says existing pond. Is that accurate, future development? Because I'm seeing two different pictures. This is what my picture looks like.
Oh, that one is cut off. I think it's zoomed in, the way you are seeing it. So there is a space below that pond. There's a land below the pond that can be developed for future amenities.
So you're referring to this down here, not this screened out part here?
If you move your finger just down, the brown area below the woodlands, a little bit up.
Here?
Yeah, and around it. She's talking
I am
about
not
this.
sure.
This is future development.
Just beyond the pond and the
All of
woods?
this
Okay,
area and then this little portion.
gotcha. Perfect, thank you. All right, just two different pictures.
All right, so we can move on to our next slide. So we worked on the phase 1 cost estimate that was shared with you last time. And here is just a quick snapshot dividing it into zones again. So we had the site work just for the access roads was about $691K. The event zone area, about $6.4 million. The athletic zone would be the larger component, about $15 million, and then the total build-out cost for phase 1 would be about $22 million, and that includes the 5% construction contingency in that.
I'm sorry, how much construction contingency?
5%. So we know the $22 million is a huge investment for the town, and we are also understand that for the bond referendum, there are other priority items that the council has to consider that needs to get on this bond. And so it's typical for any park project or any agencies to look at these phasing options and costs and then start to slice and dice them into smaller pieces to really move towards that final implementation. And so we wanted to bring that here in terms of several different scenarios. We know there is a strong desire from you all to develop something at this park and get the park activation going. And so we developed some project goals based on the discussion that you had at the last meeting. And I can go one by one here. The first one would be the park activation. So really making sure that we are providing amenities for Rolesville residents that they can enjoy in the first phase, and making sure that we are developing them at a quality level so that we create a good experience for people to come in and use these facilities and attract new residents to come in as well. Highest and the best use, so making sure that the amenities that we are developing, they meet the needs of the current community as well as satisfy the needs of the growing community that will be moving in this area. And then at the same time, we want to make sure that it is manageable from the Parks and Recreation staffing perspective that you currently have. We know we want to develop this park, and the major cost inside development is always infrastructure costs, which is a hidden cost that public doesn't really see when the site is being developed. And so from that perspective, we want to, in the first sub-phasing option, we want to accommodate minimum infrastructure development cost here and really focus on that park activation piece. Constructability will be another goal. So looking at providing amenities where we are developing them in such a way that they don't impact the future phasing options. So their use can stay while the rest of the park is being developed in future. And then the last project goal would be looking at funding options. So look, I know you all discussed at the last meeting too, looking at some additional funding through Part F, Wake County tax money, look at some other optional grants like watershed-related grants, land and water. DEQ has some of the grants available, and Fraser Farm would be a good, it could have a good opportunity to leverage that through some innovative stormwater management ideas that we have incorporated here. And then the last funding option would be looking at sponsorships, so developing some maybe public-private partnerships or naming opportunities. That can be a discussion at a later on phase, but that is definitely an option that you can consider at later stage to incorporate some sponsorship opportunities for phasing development. So looking at these options, we have developed 3 scenarios for you, and I'll go through them real quick, and then we can dive them into each of them a little bit deeper. So the first scenario that you see is we're developing the athletic zone area, looking at this from the highest and the best use perspective, and basically developing this as it is related to the overall phase 1. So making sure that the bones of the master plan and the 30% drawings are set in place here. The second scenario would be a little bit smaller than the scenario 1 that we showed you. And then the third option would be the bare minimum that can get you something on the site and get the park activation going. So let's look back at the first scenario. On the left-hand side, you will see some of the advantages and disadvantages or pros and cons items listed. So in the phase 1 option, basically we are making this site development ready. So the first phase item that would go in here is the synthetic fields. And synthetic fields would provide you the highest and the best use from various programming perspective. athletic programming and adult health and wellness came in your comprehensive planning project was one of the top rated item. And so athletic fields can provide you that value for the community from health and wellness perspective. It can also generate revenue potential because you will start to rent these fields and hold games here as soon as they are built. So you start to get that return on investment as soon as they are built. And then because these are synthetic turf fields, they can handle a lot more impact than natural turf fields. So looking at it from playing soccer, playing Little League baseball with temporary fencing, and even overlaying lines with lacrosse. So you can have multiple games going on these synthetic fields and basically continue to use them throughout the seasons when they are available. In this option too, we are keeping the access road as it is, and then providing gravel parking lot where we are proposing a future asphalt parking lot in the next phase. The blue arrow that you see, that is an alternative option that we want to investigate with NCDOT if they would let us use the current gravel drive to access the park, because as you know, to move that access, we will be looking at some NCDOT right-of-way purchase option. And so we want to see if we develop this smaller piece, can we use the existing drive, save the cost on that piece, and continue the park use as it is. And so that might generate some cost savings for us. And so again, in this phase one, we will be mass grading some of the baseball field areas so they can be pad ready. So as soon as you have the next bucket of money available, we can start to install these baseball fields and start to really focus on getting this athletic complex basically ready for you to start tournament games. The cons of developing this scenario is that we are still investing a little bit more in the infrastructure costs. We will be looking at some revised engineering costs. There might be some additional permitting that will be involved. And then also, once we start to disturb the large portions of the site, there will be maintenance and operations costs involved with that as the staff will have to maintain and manage these large open spaces. So for this phase scenario one, we are projecting about $6.4 million. It's still it's a high level number that we are assuming for this type of development.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Because I guess I'm a little naive on parks, building parks, but I can't, I mean, it's one field, and I know it's a special turf field, but I can't picture $6 million. I mean, $6 million buy a lot of stuff.
It does. And
I just can't picture a field being $6 million with, gravel parking lot and porta potties. So, where does the $6 million come from? And
so again, this is a very high level number that we have. The synthetic turf fields are considered an expensive amenity to include. And then on top of that, these synthetic turf fields have the ability to retain stormwater underneath them. So that stormwater, we don't have to provide an additional treatment area or have a stormwater pond somewhere else on the site. So that will be treated and bypassed into the drainage area. So there is that component associated with that. And these are two synthetic turf fields, not one. And also there is cost associated with retaining walls that go along the periphery of these synthetic fields, and then the lighting component as well.
what was the last one?
Lighting component, so these can be used during the night.
So this one
late
does
evening.
have lighting?
It does, yeah. And so we'll dive a little bit deeper into the lighting options that we have as well.
I do have a quick question as well. The lighting, is that just for that phase, or do you connect the lighting for everything?
Eventually, it will be connected everywhere, but just for these scenarios, we are only lighting the synthetic turf fields.
Oh, wow. Okay, thank you.
How big are the fields? Like, how much acreage are we talking about? I'm like the mayor, I'm lost on the numbers. Just break it down for me, I just need to know how we get to that number.
And I'm
like-
thinking $6.4 million was the price to build all of the fields on the last,
That was 21
No,
million.
it's 21.
for just the field.
For
No,
just
it's
fields,
16, I
events,
think,
and,
for the field.
15. So this will include all the mass grading too. There's mass grading means scraping the site, clearing the site, using big equipments to balance the site. With some places we have to cut it, some places we have to fill the site. And so all of that earthwork can be very expensive component.
So how big is the turf field? Like acreage wise? What size are we talking? Because I can't imagine, I'm not, obviously this isn't to scale. I need to know a scale number.
These two regulation soccer fields.
Two regulation soccer fields, which also accommodate baseball, Little League fields. The way it's painted is the larger rectangle is probably large enough for cricket.
Three,
You know,
yeah.
it's massive. And then so if you take two regulation soccer fields and put them side by side is what you get. So 220 would be 450-ish by
360.
360
Yeah,
is the rectangle.
225 by.
So in each corner, you can also play and mark off Little League baseball.
So like,
Each,
if
yeah.
a house is built on 0.2 of an acre, can you just give me that calculation? I'm a visual person, so I need to know.
So let me, here,
I don't play soccer.
400 by
Is it 4 football fields, 2 football fields, 1 football field?
times 360 divided by.
You see what I'm saying? I'm just trying to visualize it.
Yeah.
It's about 3.5 acres
Okay.
for the synthetic turf area.
Just for the synthetic field?
Just for the synthetic, 3.5 acres.
And that's not counting the other, I guess, brownish looking,
Yeah.
but all that has to be graded, the whole,
So we're going to walk through a couple other options. In
But
this
on-
one.
on this one, everything that's brown is
Yeah,
graded.
so the whole athletic, exactly. Everything that's brown is graded. And that road is looping around. So what Shweta was describing was that loop road is coming in as a critical piece of infrastructure that you would build in the total build-out. So in this scenario, what we're trying to suggest is every investment you make in this particular scenario, you won't redo.
It's a
You won't
build-up.
have to redo. You're making an initial investment that you don't have to come back and pull back out. We're going to talk about some of those moves in the other options where you might have to double up some costs in later phases. But in this option, it's a bold move. You're getting some additional area graded that you could use for meadows. You're going to have to stabilize them and put grass on them, but they can't be used for fields because in this scenario, we don't have irrigation. We're not showing that.
Yeah,
These
and
are
then-
gravel roads initially, right? Okay.
You said they can't be used for fields because there is no irrigation.
In this phase, in
Irrig-
this particular scenario. yeah.
Irrigation for natural grass, but they could be used for turf, which I'm
So-
sure is,
Yeah, but yeah, they're not going to be sports turf quality. Yeah, they're not going to be, because we're, in this phase, we're not showing them graded in that way or making an investment in grass fields in this scenario. Plus, you don't need to develop the water system with this scenario either.
But
What was
if,
the last thing, you don't develop what?
You would not need to develop the water system in this. Anytime you see the turf, the sports turf, the artificial turf, you don't need the water system.
right,
Right.
right. But this is going to be a hard sell to the taxpayer. And if I had to value engineer this project, the first thing I'd do was get rid of that, and it would be all natural fields, which would cut this, according to math I did in my head, from 22 million to between 18 and 19 million. And that's things we need to think about.
well, actually, when Miss Rachel Cotter was here from McAdams before, March of 2020, she said that there were several ways that things could be valued engineered, and and this is the scenarios that we're looking at, all of
So
the valued
we're gonna look
engineering.
at two additional options. This is what we would call the top end version of a sub-option. We're about to go show you two more options that are going to whittle it down even more. Okay? So maybe let's walk through that, and then you'll see how we've started to unpack it a little bit.
Okay.
Okay.
So, all right, let's look at the second option. There. So here, this is what we started discussing. If we don't want to develop or invest in that first phase a lot more into the infrastructure, building the access road and all of that, we can strip it down to just the synthetic fields and then grade one of the ball field area for a gravel parking lot. That would be used only by the people who are coming to play on the synthetic turf fields. And then the access road would be reduced to just providing access to that parking area. And then again, alternative of working with DOT, if we can use the existing drive and reduce those costs from the.
I do want to clarify that, because we've talked about that for a while. Do we have like a status on where we are with DOT on that? Our friends at DOT, our lovely friends at DOT.
So there will be several steps involved with that. Right now, they are aware about the park project. They're aware that we are proposing to access from Highway 401. And when we go to the next level of drawing phase, we will have to involve a traffic engineer and do some TIA, which would be the traffic impact analysis study, to figure out how many people are coming in and going out of the park facility, to figure out what kind of improvements that need to happen on 401. Do we need turn lane? Do we not need a turn lane? So once we start to work with them on those aspects, there are different processes that we have to follow. So right now, the stage where we are at, they have been made aware of where we are on this.
I feel like we've heard that for a while, though. I feel like we have heard that same answer, not from you, but we've heard that same answer for a while of, we're going to be talking to DOT. Is this kind of how the process works? And educate me if I don't understand.
Yeah, I think that would be the process. We are just only at the preliminary 30% drawings.
DOT doesn't really consider it until you kind of lay out what your needs are and you work with their traffic engineer. You don't just say, hey, FYI, we're going to need this, stew and brew over it, and we'll come back with some details. You kind of get the details first. Is that what we're saying?
Correct.
I'm just trying to clarify the process, because I have heard this for a while. Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
On this here, since we're talking about it, I see the black line, which is the existing turn. So if we just use that black line to get in there, do we have to do any improvements on the thing for this one site here, or?
That would be another conversation with the NCDOT, just to make sure that we can use that existing drive during the first phase, because we will not have as many patrons coming in if we are only developing these two synthetic turf fields.
So the cost on this particular one includes putting the deceleration lanes and the turn lanes
It
and all?
does not include that yet.
It does not? So it's
Yeah.
assuming that we won't have to do any improvements on the road for this particular?
Correct, yes. And so again, going back to the advantages of this one, again, we are looking at the highest and the best use of synthetic turf fields, high impact use for patrons, so multiple games can be played on it continuously, daytime and evening time with the lighted fields. Once we develop this portion of the site, it will not be disturbed as the other parts of the site will be developed. So this part can be kept in use. It will not be impacted by construction. We'll make sure that the coordination happens from that perspective. Again, we will be minimizing the grading that happens around the site and the open spaces. And then this also minimizes the overall operations and maintenance cost. There is still a little bit of maintenance on synthetic turf fields. We have to clean these fields and also groom them. There is a special equipment that comes that is used for grooming these fields. But it is less than what you would do on a typical natural turf field, which is mowed every 2 weeks. And if the weather is nice and raining, and you probably are mowing it every week, and then that considerably increases your staffing needs and your operations costs with that.
Is that maintenance cost included in your number?
It is not included with it.
And how often does that need to be cleaned and what have you?
I am not 100% sure the interval for cleaning and grooming. It obviously would depend on the impact and the use of the fields. But we would work with whoever would be the vendor, we would work with them to develop a maintenance and management plan for the turf fields.
I'm just wondering if the amount of use, if it was used every day, if it could still equal out to needing to be maintained every 2 weeks.
No, it will not. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not typical. Typically, the grooming is just based on usage, and it's like a weekly or bi-weekly thing, and it's very simple, and it's something maintenance staff would pull behind a tractor. Cleaning is just as needed. It's nothing like a normal grass maintenance contract, which would be anywhere from 50 on the low side to as much as $75,000 or $100,000 a year to maintain and operate irrigation, fertilization, plus resting fields, and all the inputs you'd have to do to keep good Bermuda grass growing. It's a lot less maintenance cost for artificial turf.
You may have said, and I missed it, and I apologize for that if it happened, but the right-of-way purchase, I mean, what is that? We own the land, so what do we have to purchase on a right-of-way? I guess it ROW, is that right-of-way or?
That is the right-of-way, that's correct. I think we have, maybe JG can help with that conversation. I think we had some conversation with DOT before.
If you recall back in 2017, before we purchased the land, the right-of-way of this was sold to DOT. The only access point the town has in the right-of-way is the current driveway. So we would have to repurchase back the right-of-way from the DOT for these other entrances, which is what we have, talked about in previous memos as well.
I got you.
Yes, sir.
We found this out after we bought it.
You said other entrances, you're talking about that one other entrance or both?
Both. And so what preliminary conversations with DOT, again, to answer your question with DOT, we inform DOT of what we're doing, what we're thinking, to get some feedback from them. And then as we progress, when we go into the 60% design, that's when we'll come in with the TIA, and that's when DOT gets more engaged, more involved in what is justified for the turn lanes. Does it justify one entrance, or do we have to have two entrances on 401? That's when DOT really get engaged. But the preliminary conversations we had with DOT was it's almost a trade, if we can abandon the existing one and shift it to the south. But the second right-of-way purchase that we know we would have to would be the northern entrance to 401, where we would have to purchase that right-of-way if the TIA justifies it and DOT grants us permission.
And
because
are
there's
you
a controlled
referring to
access.
that one that's showing there or a different one?
Different one.
The one, it's just off-screen to the north.
Okay. But we already have the right-of-way on the yellow that's showing there?
The black.
Oh, I thought it
Or
was
is
the
it
yellow.
blue? Yep.
The yellow's the proposed, and the black is what we currently own?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're saying there's another one north?
Yes, ma'am. To the right on this map, it is north.
But
I
we
got
would, even when it's built out, we would abandon the black one, right?
Correct. Our design shows us abandoning the current one and having one to the south and one to the north, is what we're
Right.
proposing.
So I guess in this case, instead of purchasing more right-of-way to do this, why wouldn't we just abandon it for this? Why would we have those two? Why would we have to have the yellow and the black one?
Those are the two alternatives that we are showing. So
Oh, one or the other.
ideally, we would want to move that access and provide the one that is shown in yellow. So you develop that framework for your future phases, get that going. If we don't want to do that in this scenario, then we would keep that black entrance and just connect it. So, yeah, both would be the alternatives, and based on what we discuss with NCDOT, we can say, okay, we can move it, and NCDOT is good with that, we'll go with that option. If we can use the existing one and save some cost there, we can we can work with that option. Right, and then the third option that we have here is the bare minimum option. So trying to level this site to a certain degree, instead of synthetic turf fields, we would provide natural turf fields here. Again, develop that baseball area into a gravel parking lot. And then get basically the park activation going here. The advantage of that is you can build this with a minimal investment cost and get the park activation going. However, there are multiple disadvantages of this concept. The biggest one is this site is on well water, and so there is no irrigation right now. So we will have to install water system on this site to get these fields going. The other aspect of that is it's not easy to convert natural turf fields into synthetic turf fields. Basically, you will be double investing in the same component. The natural turf fields, the cross-section of a natural turf field is very different than a synthetic turf field. Synthetic turf field has a depth of gravel underneath, versus natural turf field will be compacted soil. You would put in topsoil that would help the turf grass to grow. And so if you want to convert it, you will have to strip all of that topsoil, which you have invested already in next how many number of years, and then regrade the site and then reinstall the synthetic. So that's one of the biggest disadvantage of this component. The other item would be stormwater investment. The natural turf fields will have a different system than what we had included with our stormwater, with our synthetic turf fields, which already have the component of stormwater storage underneath them. We won't be able to do that with the natural turf, so we will be looking at additional investment with the stormwater piece. Higher operation cost, we talked about that, just overall daily maintenance of these fields, and also the resting period that we have to consider. So you will not be able to accommodate the high impact games day and night on these fields. There will be a resting period where you have to just let the fields rest for a number of weeks where the grass has time to grow and then start to use them again. So there is that operations component with that. And then the overall impact on the design and the quality of play. You want to invest, if you want to make these natural turf fields, we want to invest in good quality sod that, or Bermuda that would get that playability going. If we scale back down on that, then we run into the risk of people not liking these fields. So there's the little bit of consideration with that, whether we want to invest in something and then later on come back and reinvest, or just go ahead and invest firsthand in the synthetic turf fields and get that going. So I think these were our 3 different scenarios. We have also included a few add-ons here for you to consider. So water system is one component that we can include. Right now, we are not including any water on any of the 3 scenarios. We have for septic system, we are only including porta potties, so we are not investing in any septic fields. And there won't be any drinking water on site with any of the scenarios. People have to, we can arrange for concessions, or people bring in their own water bottles and use those fields like that. The other few items would be consider restroom and concessions building. Then we can incorporate the water and the septic system here. Other smaller items would be maybe include a small play area, this loop trail around the synthetic turf fields. So create alternative uses for parents who want to bring in their little ones on the, or when the kids are playing, the parents can use the loop trail around and get some alternative use of the facility going. And these are not high-ticket items that can be folded in with these, any of these scenarios. And then also the placemaking component, making sure we are creating a good experience for patrons when they come in. So investing a little bit on site furnishings, benches, a little bit of landscape elements to create some shade component would be some other options that we can include with that. And then the last one was the lighting component. All of the scenarios that we have shown, they include the lighting component for the turf fields. One option is to get them built and include them within the construction cost. There are also vendors who can lease those lights. So you will build them, but they have some financing options available that you can basically pay them monthly basis or how much ever you want. There are different agreements that you can sign up with them so that the lighting component does not become a part of the CIP project. It becomes a separate component. So basically, like you would be buying a house that you get it built, you own it, and then you pay off the mortgage. The lighting component would be similar. You would get it, it's yours, and then you pay the leasing fees to the vendor. So those are the two options that we can look at.
The restroom and the concessions, is that a two-story building, or is this just a rendering of?
It will be a two-story building. There are restrooms on the bottom floor and the press box and staff accommodation on the first floor.
How many restrooms?
I'll have to double check the
It's okay.
drawings, but
That's fine. I guess it's really sinking in now that we're talking portable toilets versus restrooms. You know,
That's an add-on.
that's
that's a good add-on because the portable
million-dollar
toilets.
add-on.
I know,
Yeah.
but let me tell you.
So the functionality of that restroom and concessions building will come into play when you have the whole complex built, and you have a lot more people coming in, and there will be components like when you have the press box available for larger tournaments facilities. That's when you will start to see the advantage of that. With just the two turf fields, porta potty might be the better option to go with.
And how many of those would there be?
We will work with the staff to figure out the demand for these fields, and then you can bring in as many as you need based on the games.
Gotcha. All right, thank you. Just curious.
So the building, the concession building, the two-story building that Commissioner Medley was just referencing, that's wood for $1.1 million?
That would be
need some
wood
stone
and
brick.
CMU, the typical building.
And how large is that, square footage-wise? Do you have an estimate?
I don't have that.
For that
right off my
1.1
head.
million?
Yeah.
And then I have one more question about the porta potties.
Mm-hmm.
Have you all seen the buildings? So there's an in-between, there's the porta potty, the blue porta potty, and then there's the nicer kind of trailer building. Have y'all seen that? Anybody know what I'm talking about?
I said it, golf tournaments.
How much does that cost? I'm just curious, because those are much,
Better than a porta potty.
I mean, you gotta go. I'm just saying, the little trailer thing, I see it at North Hills, and I'm like, wow, these are okay.
Yeah.
I can tell you.
How much do those
I
cost?
could build you a concession stand and full restaurant, 2 men and 2 women for a third of that cost.
Let me ask a
This is
question.
the Cadillac when we should be driving the Ford.
Now, I want to ask that question, because in that same meeting with Miss Rachel, she said that all the items, again, were priced at the very high end, luxury items. That's still what we're dealing with in these quotes too, are the luxury items of everything that we can get.
I would not call them luxury items. Anything that is relevant to a typical parks and recreation facility is part of that. It's not the low level. We want to create that nice experience to it. But as we dive deeper into the detailed drawings, we can look at some of the ways where we can start to value engineer, look at the materials and fixtures and see what you want to look at the ideal scenario first and then start to scale back from that. So you can pick and choose which are the most desirable components that you want to keep in the plan and then scale it back from there.
So in essence, you're saying yes to what April just asked you?
Yes, and you work backwards from
Yeah.
there.
Okay. Thank you.
Do you want to
Yeah, I
add
was just
something
going to
to
add,
that?
we did some comparables on some recently bid projects in the region and in the state, and feel really comfortable about the options, the pricing options, looking at several projects in this region and also in Charlotte, just across, just to make sure our pricing points were right for budgeting purposes. We feel very good about those options that we were giving you. It seems high. I mean, it feels like a lot. It's a big investment. And, but I just looked at lab bids 2 days ago for very similar options and very competitive bids from multiple contractors. And I'm seeing a lot of numbers. And this isn't just made up stuff that Shweta and I did. This is comparing and talking to contractors who do this every day for a living on competitive bid projects. The $1 million restroom is certainly a big number, and I hear you loud and clear on scaling it back. And those are things we can talk to when we get to a finer level, finer grain of design when we're ready to do it.
And that's based on the cost of wood today, even though the cost of wood has finally gone down, so that would be less.
So yeah, I mean, pricing's volatile and it's changing, and pricing I'm talking about was bids that came in just a few months back. So they're not going to go down much, and if anything, they're going to continue to go up. So we'll talk about some of the timeline questions you might have next, the next steps, if that's where we.
Can I ask a question for, just for history, so I know how we got here? You may have to ask, one of y'all answer this for me. So when the land was purchased in 2017, was it purchased with the purpose in mind of Parks and Rec, or was a feasibility study done and they said, this is the best use of this land? I mean, instead of like a hotel, or just so I have that information, because I'm curious.
It was Parks and Rec.
It was purchased with the Parks and Reg?
But the feasibility study, that's another question.
Well, I don't know if I have that answer, so it wasn't here.
Yeah, it was. for
What was
Parks
your
and Rec.
question? I might have missed. I was looking up
I
the cost of the trailer.
want to know if the land was purchased with the intent of it being Parks and Rec?
Yes.
And if a feasibility study was done to tell us that a park is the very best thing to sit on that property instead of a hotel or something else for the area,
It couldn't be a hotel
Yeah,
anyway.
can't be a.
because it's in the
commercial.
ETJ.
So
The
having been,
watershed.
having been on the board when all of this happened, the whole push was for Parks and Rec, I will say that. There was no feasibility study done prior to this being done. So we found out after the land was purchased what we could use it for. So there was not a feasibility study.
And the best use of the land when the study was done after the purchase was a park.
Because the focus was Parks and Rec, that's the only thing we've looked at it for.
And again,
Because
because
it's
of
in
the
the
location.
watershed and you can't run water and sewer in there, it's the highest and best use for being Parks and Rec. We're not allowed to run water lines or sewer into the watershed. the
No,
River
and it would
watershed.
cost too much to have, to have, what is it, septic system for a hotel?
You couldn't have
You
commercial,
you couldn't put a hotel on a
Not the
septic system.
structure.
can't be in a commercial.
Okay, just curious. I just wanted to know how we got here to this point.
But the intent was always Parks and Rec when we were looking at that much land
Okay.
previously. If that answers the
And
question.
it was fairly cheap too.
The land?
It started a lot of things once we purchased that land in Rolesville.
Yeah, I guess, what's 100 acres at $93,000 an acre? It's a lot.
A lot.
$9 million. I think they bought that for what, JG?
3 million.
We didn't get it for $93,000 an acre.
3 million.
No, I'm saying,
Oh, I'm
I'm
like,
saying that's
no.
what,
I think we're in
What
the
citizens-
27, 29 an acre,
so
somewhere in that third, around 30 is
Like
a
about a
safe
3.1.
third
number.
of the price.
Wasn't it 3.1 million?
No. I was thinking it was 29 acres, so it'd been,
I thought it was under 30.
It was 116 acres, and I don't have the, I
a
don't,
little over 3.
3.1, right,
3.1
Amy?
million.
Yeah.
26,000 an acre.
Money.
Yeah, and it was under 30.
26?
It's roughly 26,000 an acre.
All right, so it's the best use of the land because commercial could not be on that property.
The feasibility was ran for the concept, the original committee that was searching for land that was appointed by the board at the time was the Athletic Complex Development Committee. looking for tracts of land between 50 and 100 acres is what the original committee was looking at. The committee came to the conclusion of this property. The town board then proceeded to purchase this property, and then a feasibility study was done for highest and best use on this and the athletic complex with that in mind. That's why the biggest focus had been on the athletic component of this. And as it has evolved in different boards, we've came to more of a park for all, and that's why you see more elements to this site beyond just athletics to where we are today.
Okay, so let me ask one more question. So it seems like the main focus of this park, the biggest part of this park, are the ball fields.
They take up the largest land mass because ball fields are larger
Right.
facilities.
So the ball fields, that multi-use field, you've stated that that's something that can be used for multiple different things.
Correct.
So, but the other ones are the baseball fields. It seems like the baseball and softball is the main focus.
That and multi-purpose fields, soccer, lacrosse, ultimate frisbee, cricket. There's a lot of different other opportunities you have with a multi-purpose field, lacrosse as well. So there's a lot of opportunities with a multi-purpose field, which we incorporated in this from the original design concept. Originally was just 5 baseball fields, and then soccer fields on the backside. But with the cost of getting to the backside, McAdams redesigned it and gave us more options that were more feasible and higher and better use. So it is more, the athletic side is multi-purpose and baseball, softball.
On that multi-field, how many games, I don't know what season, soccer season,
Right.
how many soccer games can be played on that field at one time?
On the synthetic turf fields, we can play 12 and under, we can play 4 youth games at one time.
No matter what game in it, what kind of game it
Youth
is?
soccer. Youth soccer, we could play 4, because we take 1 regulation size field and break it into 2 smaller fields. So that's 2 regulation size fields, gives us 4 youth fields. Or we could go from diagonals, you have 2 youth baseball, softball fields, age 12 and under as well.
Just 2, not 4 can be played at the same time on
Correct,
there?
because of your dimensions of the
Okay.
footprint of a baseball, softball
But
field.
I just want to say, when it started out, I did not personally think it was going to be all about baseball and, what was the other one? Baseball and
Soccer.
softball. And I think that's where my biggest angst was with this whole project, was that there are other activities that can be played, and then we get the one multi-purpose field.
In this phase, yes. There's opportunity in other phases to do more multi-purpose fields later.
Oh, later, in different phases.
'Cause I think there's 30 acres of the 116 that we're currently activating with this phase here. Is that?
Yeah, that's correct.
But the full 116 is not developable. Let's clarify that.
Yes.
That is not a true statement. 116 acres, I think there was about 65% that is able to be developed, so I don't want to put something out there that's not correct. We cannot develop 116 acres. Is that accurate?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
Because there are 2 ponds.
Ponds and
beside,
different things,
Then we
right?
have the buffers in between, and that we have to maintain the way they are. So there is less percentage than the total 116 acres. However, the second phase per the master plan, I think we had additional,
So you said 30 acres in the first phase of the 21 million. When I say first phase, that's what I'm referring to.
That's correct.
That's about 30 acres. And so there's another about 30, 35 acres that can be developed in the future. I just want to make sure that's an accurate statement that I'm making.
yes, that's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just looking at if there is an.
So the whole story.
So in the next, if we are looking at that screen back area that we saw earlier, let me go back to that slide. Yeah, this area, in the master plan, we have 3 additional soccer fields in this area.
Gotcha. And you said soccer fields.
That's basically multi-purpose rectangular fields.
Like the turf fields that are up top,
That's
shown
yeah,
up top?
That's right, yeah, like these 2.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, and I think the triangle to my right is reserved for stuff like tennis courts and things, maybe, of stuff.
Yeah, in the master plan, it was left out as flexible open space for future phases. So maybe that becomes your phase 3 or phase 4, and then we can look at it from programming perspective, what the community is looking at that time.
I remember you asked about tennis courts
because
specifically.
I think we need them.
somebody was saying something about tennis courts at the elementary schools, and I'm like, why would you have this multi-million-dollar field and still send people to another field?
Yeah.
Away from this here.
It was something on there originally, but I can't remember what it was.
There was, I think it was another field.
Baseball field, if I'm allowed to mention.
Another
It was
baseball
another
field?
baseball field, but we ran into, and the reason why tennis courts and basketball courts and things like that weren't introduced on that northern triangle section is because we ran out of the amount of hard space that we could create on that lot because of the watershed issues.
Yeah, so what he's referring to is the amount of impervious.
Impervious.
We have limitations, and that's why, again, another reason why, parks and green space and fields work really well on this land.
So wait. What do you mean you ran out of space? If you ran out of space for,
Impervious.
Impervious.
no. If you ran out of space for that, for you said for baseball or soccer, but yeah, you can put tennis over there? That's blacktop.
The opposite.
Oh, okay, then I heard wrong. I'm sorry, thank you.
You can,
Okay.
yeah, you can do the natural turf fields there.
We're not
but you
using
cannot-
our capacity allocation for this, are we?
Not yet. It doesn't include that.
Even none of the phases do.
I don't believe so. I think it was kept at the watershed development.
That's right.
Right, so, we could use capacity to increase the density pretty significantly, I think,
Yeah,
right?
but we left some open areas for those future phases as trends change or new phases need to be brought online. We could put them there.
All right, thank you.
All right, so I think just one last slide we had was considerations for additional operations and maintenance. So you looked at scenario 1, where we looked at synthetic turf fields and access road component. We will be looking at operations, and we just provided order of magnitude costs here. So the dollar signs you see. On the first scenario, we put $4 signs versus the second scenario, a little bit less, $3 signs, and then the scenario 3, where we are looking at order of magnitude of maintenance and operations at the highest level. And then in a similar fashion, we are considering maybe half full-time equivalent Parks and Recreation staff addition for scenario 1 and 2. With additional maintenance and management on the natural turf fields, you're probably looking at 0.75 FTE. That would include a person who would maintain and manage the turf fields, and then a person who would manage the tournament and the games play. So there's additional staffing considerations there. So that was our last slide. And then we have additional staff who will be looking at the bond pieces too. So let us know if you have any questions on these, and we can shift to other people.
Did that
Okay.
answer your questions about where we are today and you're ready to talk about?
I think so. Let me ask the board if they have any more questions about this, so we'll move on to talking about, I guess what we can do and can't do, right?
For me, I don't have any questions about this part, it's just getting the money part.
Yeah, that's coming up, yeah.
Yeah.
I think we're ready. Thank you very much. Appreciate great presentation. I know you guys been working hard on this for, you said how many months? I don't, a long time, right? Many.
Many months.
So appreciate the hard work. Thank you for coming out tonight and presenting this to us, answering our questions. As you can see, we had some. So thank you very much and appreciate you coming, really do.
Thank you so much, appreciate it.
Okay, Jay, are you coming back up, JG, or Amy?
We moved some money.
I got one question real quick, and it's I don't know, it's kind of both. This funding options on here, we keep talking about this every meeting. Like, is there the funding options, the Part F, the Wake County, like, is there somebody that can look into that, like, and actually get the numbers? I know we talk about it all the time, but
JG?
I think Paul's right. We need
It's like saying you're gonna get a loan for a car, and there's a bunch of banks that can give me money, but nobody's checking the banks for the rates or anything. Like, I need to know what we're
I
gonna
don't
get
doubt
for
that
that.
we need every bit of this.
Yeah.
But we need help because we can't afford $22 million. And this project also needs to be valued engineered.
Yeah, I'm gonna go sell turf fields on the weekends, I think. 'Cause-
So I
selling
think-
bathrooms.
I think what we can provide is, JGA, we can provide an outline of each one of them. And you've probably done that before. But when they're eligible to apply, what the maximum amounts are, what are the conditions of them.
Yeah, we-
Do that, so you can start seeing that piece, and then we can start to identify what is realistic or not to pursue.
Okay.
Right now, in context of what we have.
Yeah, and just gonna give you a quick, like, part of the max is 500,000, and they don't really give that max out as much as they'd rather give out smaller chunks to more municipalities or counties. And with Wake County, I think you have a small, medium, and large, and I think we usually fall in that small to medium, and you're 1 to 3 million at max. I believe that's right. And so, but we can work on a chart and kind of lay it out right in front of you as well.
Can you apply for multiple?
Yes.
And what's the likelihood? Is there a likelihood that we would be granted that, or is it more or less like,
Let us do the chart, we'll give you an assessment.
okay?
How's that?
And what about corporate partnerships? I just think we need to exhaust all avenues, especially if we're looking at considering a bond. You need to come to the public with, hey, we've exhausted all of these resources.
Exactly.
I mean, we've got Apple coming. We've got Amazon distribution centers everywhere. I mean, there's corporations that have money to donate that helps them with their tax base. So have we pursued any of that?
So one of our subcommittees of our Parks and Recreation Advisory Board is naming and rights of parks and future facilities. So something that subcommittee is starting to look at too in policies, and how are some of these sponsorships set up for these big naming rights. So that's something that the Parks and Rec Advisory Board has started
Yeah,
helping.
naming
assisting
rights
with
don't
as
get you a lot of money, though. But I'm talking about, we've got utilities out here. Duke Energy is here. What's the other one? Wake Electric. I mean, they get money from us every month. I'm about talking to corporate people about, investing in our community because we're your customers, right? So from that angle, naming rights, I think I heard somebody paid $50,000. That might get us a restroom trailer.
McAdams recently finished a park project in Wilmington.
Uh-huh.
And that was renamed Encino Park, and Encino provided $1.5 million.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
There is an opportunity to
Yes.
develop those kinds of partnerships. But once we are committed to what we are providing, we can reach out to other people and say, this is what we are
Right.
doing. What can you do for us?
Exactly. 1.5 million gets my attention.
So wait,
So-
who does that? That's not the planning, that's not the Parks and Rec that would do that. That would be from the town staff, right? Okay, just making sure.
And sounds like they've had experience.
Right.
As well.
But I mean, they would lead it. It wouldn't be a committee.
Cool.
Thank you again, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Amy, let's come on up. Don't miss your chance this time.
I'll try to be quick. Well, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. We've spent a lot of time on the details tonight. So what I want to do is if we can just pause for just a moment, sort of zoom back out and take that 3,000-foot view briefly. In July, at your work session, you had a presentation from the staff at Davenport to talk about debt capacity, debt affordability, and to run some of those models by you. We talked at that meeting about the importance of creating a fundable 5-year CIP, or capital improvement plan. And following that conversation, we talked about one of those first steps was to prioritize the list of capital projects that you have on your work plan. Tonight, you've heard from some of those projects, the Cobblestone Community Center, the farm project. So it brings us back to that prioritization conversation again. So this hopefully is a culmination of all of these conversations that we've had to wrap things up tonight. So we have with us Mitch Bergoglio, again from Davenport, who was here in July. He's back again. Because it is sometimes easier to react off of something than it is to create from fresh,
Staff took the opportunity in our intervening period to do an internal exercise to prioritize some of the projects. So we asked the Davenport staff to run a model that would show what would happen if the town proceeded with a public works facility, with a Cobblestone Community Center, and then 2 different scenarios of the farm project. So Mr. Bergoglio is here tonight to present that model to you and hopefully stimulate some conversation and discussion. We also have Ashley Anderson, who's also a familiar face to you. She's with Sanford Holzhauser. They act as a bond counsel. So she's here tonight to talk to you about that bond referendum process and to talk about what's involved with that and what that process looks like. What are the different roles that the different parties play in that process? They are here tonight because it is an opportunity for you to ask the experts the questions about your CIP and about a bond referendum. The reason we're having this conversation now, because there has been some conversation about trying to get the bond referendum on the primary occurring in March of next year. In order to meet those deadlines, you would have to take your first action at your next board meeting, that first one in October. And so we have a goal by the end of the tonight. If you want to pursue that referendum, we would need to know that coming out of this meeting. And if so, how much you're probably looking at, okay? You also have the option to delay to some other election if that was something, but we need to have that conversation. If you do want to move on this quickly, we would need to know that tonight. So I'm going to turn things over to Mitch. He has already distributed to you the presentation. Madam Clerk, can you help me find the document on here? That one?
Yep.
That's 9-8. Is that it?
Yeah,
That's it.
yeah,
Yeah,
this is
okay,
it.
great. All right, thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, board members, how are y'all?
Good, how are you?
Good. I'm here in 1 second while I get this big so you can see it. All right, much better. Good evening. Again, Mitch Bergoglio with Davenport and Company. Appreciate you having us back. As Amy said, we're going to kind of build off of our discussion back in July. So I'm going to kind of fast forward through some of the preliminary details we talked about in July, and then really get towards the potential capital funding scenarios. We came out of July with kind of big picture understanding of debt capacity, debt affordability. Next steps are to refine that plan. Excuse me. Refine that plan and to give you potential funding scenarios, which we're going to do tonight. Just as a reminder, and this is your existing debt portfolio on page 3. There's page numbers in the bottom right corner if you're tracking along with your hard copies. I'll reference those page numbers as we go. But page 3 is just a reminder of your existing debt portfolio. It's about $4.3 million of total debt outstanding, and it's all paid off by 2033. So you're starting from a position of strength with relatively little debt outstanding at this point. Any new debt that you add on top of it is really incremental, and you're going to have to find the revenues to support that new debt because you're not starting from a larger debt portfolio. We also talked back in July about key debt ratios. This is really the debt capacity component of the conversation. So when we take on this new debt, how will that relate to your debt portfolio, and how would that compare to your peers in terms of these key debt ratios? This is a credit conversation for either banks or rating agencies. If we go to the national rating agencies for a rating, these key debt ratios, this debt capacity will come into play and will be a consideration. And we'll see how these key ratios, the 10-year payout ratio, how quickly are you repaying your debt, debt to assessed value, what is the percentage of your debt outstanding compared to your tax base, debt service to expenditures, what is your annual debt payment compared to your overall budget. these three key ratios we'll revisit when we layer in the potential new debt funding on top of your existing debt. And again, I know it's been a long night for you all. I'm kind of going through this a little quickly since we
Please.
talked about it in detail in July, but stop me if you, stop me if you want me to dig in a little bit more.
Show us the money.
Okay, so Ms. Sutton, show you the money. So this is the baseline for the debt affordability analysis. In July, we just talked about generically, how much debt would 1 penny on the tax rate get us, or how much would 1 penny support? Here is we're really starting to develop the baseline of our debt affordability analysis, looking at specific funding sources. And we're going to first start with how are you funding your existing debt, and what have you set aside to fund existing or potential future capital projects. And so I want to take a minute to walk through this page, because this really is going to be a key part of our future analysis. So it's set up by fiscal year in column A. Column B is our existing debt service. This is our existing general fund debt service. $4.266 million, again, all paying off by fiscal year 23. Column C is a placeholder for proposed debt service. This is where when we fund projects with debt, we're going to layer in the new debt service in this column C. And then column D is our CIP operating impact. So a lot of the projects you all are talking about, we have to fund the capital component and we have to pay back the debt associated with that. But there's also another side of the projects, the operating budget. And so you bring on a community center, you bring on a park, those have ongoing operating expenses that you're gonna have to pay to keep those open, keep them maintained, keep the lights on. So we're going to factor that into the analysis as well. But right now, we're just looking, column E is the total of those three columns, and right now it's just the existing debt. How are we paying for our existing debt? And so there's several sources that you're using to pay for your existing debt currently. Column F is truly general fund budgeted dollars, and that is going to pay the 2015 installment financing contract that you have. That is, your annual payment on that is going to be $118,000 in fiscal year 23. And the idea here is, in fiscal year 23, you have $118,000 in your budget to pay, in your general fund budget, to pay the debt service on that installment financing contract. You've got that built in, paid from current year revenues. The idea is to hold that $118,000 constant every year into the future, such that when that existing loan starts paying down, you're going to free up dollars that can help fund future projects without having to come up with new revenues. That revenue is already baked into your budget at that point. Column G is the existing tax rate you all have dedicated to your capital reserve. So you're already funding 1 penny into your capital reserve for future capital projects. We can start to use that to leverage new debt issuances to fund some of these projects. Column H is associated with your existing GO bonds. You sold your water system to the city of Raleigh. They're paying those GO bonds on your behalf. So that's a direct pass-through. Raleigh's paying you to pay your GO bonds. Column I is your park impact fee revenues. So the 2017 installment financing you all did to purchase the parkland, the initial portion of the farm project, you all determined to use park impact fees to pay back that debt service. So you're assumed to have a 1-for-1 offset of park impact fee revenue and the debt service on that 2017 installment, which is why you see that ends in fiscal year 28. We stop using park impact fees because that debt has paid off at that point in time. Park impact fees are a potential revenue source that can be used to help fund capital projects. But in talking with staff, the thought was to use those to fund one-time capital projects. If you issue debt to fund a project, you're going to have that commitment for 20 years, whereas park impact fees are truly driven by development, which can go up or could go down. You don't want to count on having enough park impact fees every year to pay all of your debt service, because if they don't come in, you could be in trouble and you're going to have to backfill. Column J is land sale revenues. So when you all did your financing this year in 2021 to purchase land, you also sold land at the same time. And the idea here is that the proceeds from that land that you sold is kind of set aside into an account and can be spent down over time to pay for the debt service on that financing. So that's what column J is. That's again why column J goes away in fiscal year 2031. Once that financing is paid off, we're assumed to have exhausted all of those revenues that have been set aside to pay the debt service on that. And then we've got a placeholder in column K for other revenue sources that may become available in the future. We total all of those up in column L, and that's our total revenues available. And then column M is our annual surplus deficit. We're comparing the total revenues in L to the total expenses in E, and we see there's a surplus every year, starting out at $141,000, which is exactly equal to your capital reserve. And then that is growing over time. We're assuming for the first 5 years that the value of a penny is going to grow at 5% a year. So that's kind of your natural growth in your tax base. We've assumed 5% a year for the first 5 years. And then we back it down to 2.5% starting in year 6. So you're getting some growth from that 1 penny. You've also got the 2015 installment financing that is paying down. The debt service is going down on that every year. That's contributing to this surplus deficit as well. So those are the existing dollars, annual dollars, that you have available to help offset some of the costs of the new debt service. Additionally, if you look all the way over in column R, you've been setting aside some of those capital reserve dollars over the years. And that reserve has a balance of about $793,000 in it, estimated at the end of fiscal year 22. We can use that as seed money to help offset some of the potential increases as well. That goes away. Obviously, it's a one-time capital reserve use, but it can help bridge the gap between certain years or help buy down spikes in your as your new debt service comes online.
Excuse me.
Yeah, please.
I have a question. So where does the 793 come from? I was following you. and
So
you said
over
that-
in column R, right, that's our beginning capital reserve balance. You all, in previous years, had 3 cents dedicated to
Oh,
the
it's 3
capital
cents.
reserve fund, and I think recently is reduced to 1 cent dedicated to the capital reserve, but those are prior capital reserve dollars that have been built up.
I was going to say, that number is not adding up. I got you.
They're just they're located in the general.
Right,
General-
from previous.
yeah.
I got you.
I got a question. Total revenues, explain that again. Column L, total revenues available.
Yep, so column L is the total of columns F through K. So those dollars that we just walked through that are available to pay for your current debt service, that's just a sum. It's a total of those columns F through K
So
are in
it's not
column L.
available to use, it's available to pay what we already.
It's available to pay existing and future debt service, right?
Future too?
So the bulk of that, $725,000 in fiscal '23, is being used to pay the $583,000 of debt service you currently have,
And then you got your surplus.
which leaves us with the $141,000 surplus. Yes, sir.
Right. And you got these things extended out for many years, 40 years or 45 years or something. No, 25 years. Does it count the economic development projects that we got going on?
Partially. So where that really is going to come in is column G, okay? Column G is the only variable revenue source that you have in this analysis. That's the 1 penny that's dedicated to the capital reserve. As we go forward, we may dedicate or need to come up with additional pennies to fund the new debt service. But right now, column G is the 1 penny, and that's growing at 5% a year for the first 5 years, right? So there are a portion of the growth in your tax base that's factored in at 5% a year for the next 5 years. And then starting in year 6, we've backed that down to 2.5%, because we're trying to be conservative in this analysis going forward.
I guess the better way to ask that, this whole chart, it appears to be just natural growth to me. Now, I may be kind of wrong about that. It appears to be natural growth, and that's what we've had in the past, is just natural residential growth. But now we're seeing some pretty significant, multi-use developments or mixed-use developments going in. That's really big jump in revenue by year. So does it count for those things?
I mean,
or is it just still on the natural growth?
Yeah. So I think what you're getting at, Mr. Mayor, is we've kind of shown this in the bottom green box. So you have a current tax rate of 46 cents, right? That's 46 cents per $100 of assessed value. So you would need, and 1 cent on your current tax rate generates $125,000. So 1 penny on your overall tax rate, the total tax rate of the town, generates $125,000. If you wanted to generate the equivalent of 1 cent on your tax rate, the revenue from 1 cent on your tax rate, by just adding assessed value, so just growth in the tax base, you would need to see growth of about 29.3, round up, call it $30 million in round numbers. A growth in your tax base would equate to the same revenue as about 1 penny on the tax rate.
So if you chose to incorporate an increase of X millions based upon Cobblestone Community Line for 4 years, the model could be changed to reflect that based upon the green box.
Right. And I guess my question is, because I know, Amy in the past has always been conservative on the growth, 150, 175 houses or whatever figures in our, revenue increase. And, I guess what I'm asking is, did this stay on that conservative path, or does it factor in the chart? Does it factor in the economic development pieces?
I mean, I think both. I think, the economic development is part of the 5% growth rate that's assumed in this chart, right? It's contributing to that 5% portion of that 5% growth.
You asked my question, so it's just staying at 5% annually right now?
Yes, sir, for the first 5 years, and then it drops down to be more conservative after the first 5 years at 2.5% after year 5.
Even though in reality, it's probably more than 2.5%.
Mr. Mayor, I apologize to the board. I am not feeling well.
Okay.
And I apologize, but I've got to leave.
No problem. We'll excuse you, Jackie. Hope you feel better. And I'll say,
Is that true?
I'll say,
I'm sorry, ma'am, I didn't hear you.
I said, but conservatively, it's going to be more than 2.5% after year 5. Look into your crystal
That's,
ball.
that's a long time from now. A lot of things can change.
I
That's
mean,
why we
just-
try to be conservative.
Right,
with-
but I'm basing on the direction in which Rolesville's already going.
Right.
I mean,
Based
things
upon
could
the
happen.
last 5 years, 2.5% is conservative, but
Okay,
who knows?
gotcha.
Who knows?
who,
Yeah, I would
Okay,
also
thank
say
you.
that our attorney had to leave for emergency. I hope everything is okay with him too. So if you miss him, he was called to leave too, so. Continue.
Okay, so this is important. This is going to be the baseline for what we're going to build upon when we add on the new debt. So I just wanted to take a minute to walk through this analysis, and if you've got other questions, we can circle back to it. But that's going to be our baseline. This is what we're building upon. We've got starting out at $140,000 a year and growing a little bit over time to help support the new debt service. Otherwise, we're going to have to come up with new revenues to fund things. Okay? So talking about the potential projects, as Ms. Stevens mentioned, staff has gone through a process to try to begin the prioritization, give you all something to look at, and 3 initial projects have come to the front of that prioritization process. First is the Public Works facility. This is a project that has been identified as a need to maintain current town service levels. That project, in our analysis, is assumed to cost $2 million and would be funded next summer, July of 2022.
It's a lot cheaper than a ball field, for sure.
And it's an estimate. It's an estimated number, Kelly. I think you mentioned it may be a little bit of an aggressive estimate, perhaps, but.
It'd be within that range, within 10%.
Okay, so that's the Public Works facility. Then we have, you talked about this earlier tonight, Cobblestone Community Center. This is a contractual obligation as part of the mixed-use development, so you're contractually required to fund this community center. We're running this at an estimated cost of $4 million. Obviously, y'all are still in design. Choices that you make may push that higher or lower, but for purposes of this analysis, we're using $4 million. And we're assuming that's going to be funded in January of 2023, and that the project would come online in January of 24. You would begin operations in January 24. When you begin operations, there's an operational cost associated with that. And for purposes of this analysis, we're using $200,000 a year for the operational cost. That can be fine-tuned as we go forward, but that's a placeholder, $200,000 for the operational cost.
That feels conservative.
But there, I think Commissioner Sutton had made the point several times earlier, it doesn't consider the revenue that may be generated from that building, does it?
That's a net
Yeah,
operating
that-
cost.
That's a net.
Revenues and expenditures expected from the facility.
So you're figuring revenues. She's figuring
Expenditures
revenues.
less than the mortgage then, is that just the operating?
It's not anticipated to be a money-making venture. It would still have a net operating cost, even once revenues were taken into consideration. That's just a ballpark of sitting around.
Okay.
An in-depth analysis.
Okay.
Okay, final project is the farm park, which you all have just looked at in great detail. And like you all did, we looked at funding the full development, roughly 22 million. I think the estimate was 22.281. So we're round numbers, $22 million. And then that's what we've called scenario A, funding the full phase 1 as it's envisioned. And we're assuming that would be done in October of 23, so funded in October 23, and then operations would come online in October of 24 at a net operating cost of $500,000 for the full phase 1. We also looked at a scenario B, which I think lines up with the option 2, roughly $5 million. So it was a round number funding $5 million scenario of the farm park. Again, assuming that's funded in October of 23, and just haircutting the net operating costs down to $200,000 because it's a smaller project. No in-depth analysis on that because we don't know which components would be in that option, but we've assumed $200,000 for the net operating costs. Okay? So we've set up a series of scenarios in here for you to look at. The first scenario, case 1, is going to fund the 2 projects that are kind of been prioritized as the must-dos. The public works facility, which is a must to maintain current services, and the Cobblestone Community Center, which is a contractual obligation. So that's going to kind of be our base case, case 1, funding those 2 must-have needed projects. And then we're going to look at case 2, where we're going to layer in the full phase 1 farm park project on top of it. And then case 3 will be layering in the smaller phase 1 farm park, okay? all these scenarios, we're assuming that the Public Works and the Cobblestone Community Center would be funded over a 15-year level principal amortization at a 4% interest rate. Potential that we could stretch that out to 20 years, and that would help on the annual debt service cost a little bit. But again, a little bit of conservatism here at the 15 years. And then for the farm project, as a potential GO bond project, we've stretched that out to a 20-year level principal amortization term. Again, at a 4.5% interest rate. In today's market, 20-year GO bond, you're probably sub 2%, maybe closer to 1.5%. But we're talking about funding this potentially in October of 23. So we always want to build in contingency within those interest rates and at a level we feel like is achievable in the future. Okay? So I've got a summary of these scenarios for you on page 8, which I'm going to come back to pretty quickly here because I think that's going to be the easiest page to talk off of. But I do just want to show you, starting on page 11, how this model is working, right? So page 11 shows you this is just the Public Works facility and Cobblestone Community Center. And what we're doing is we're starting with your existing debt service in the dark green bars, and we're layering in the light green Public Works facility and the brown Cobblestone Community Center in that graph. And you could see when that debt is issued, basically in fiscal year 24, your debt service doubles, right, from what it is currently. You have about $4 million of debt outstanding right now. You're issuing $6 million, so that payment basically doubles for these two projects. Okay. We then will revisit these key debt ratios on page 12. And again, your ratios basically double. But I think with this scenario, case 1, you're still well within potential policy ranges. You certainly have the capacity to take on this level of debt. And then I think where you all are going to get to pretty quickly is the affordability side on page 13. And just to reorient you here, what we've done, the only changes from the page we looked at earlier is we've layered in column C, the proposed general fund debt service, and column D, the CIP operating impact, okay? And so column E, that total changes now. Your total expenses change. They're higher because we've issued new debt and we've brought on the operating cost associated with Cobblestone. Nothing has changed in the revenues in columns F through L. So that total revenue in column L is still the same that we looked at on the prior page. And when you look at that surplus deficit in column M, what had been deficit or surpluses of $141,000 and growing are now deficits starting in fiscal year 2024. And so in fiscal year 2024, our expenses are $588,000 higher than our revenues. You see that in column M, but we had that capital reserve fund set aside, the $793,000. So we're using a portion of that to cover the deficit in fiscal year 24. When you go to fiscal year 25, that deficit grows to $662,000. We had left in our capital reserve $306,000 that we can use. So that left us column P, the adjusted deficit, of $356,000. And based upon the value of a penny assumptions, $135,000 in fiscal year 22, growing at 5% a year for the first 5 years, that $356,000 deficit equates to about 2.3 pennies on the tax rate.
Where, you lost me on a 306. When I see 722, 625.
So column P, if you're looking in column P, negative $356,000. Okay, so that is, well, actually, I apologize. I see your 306 now. So let's start in fiscal year 2025. It's a $662,000 deficit.
Got you.
You see that number? Okay. If you look over in column R from the prior year, you had a capital reserve balance of $306,000.
Got you. I
You
was
see that?
like, where'd you magically make that number come from?
Yeah, so
I
that's
got you.
where, so you take the 662, you apply the 306,000.
I got you.
That leaves you a deficit of 356,000, which equates to roughly 2.2 pennies.
I was riding with you till you jumped to R and came back. You started doing algebra. We were just.
I know,
addition.
sorry. It's, I wish I could have it all in order. It's hard to do it that
It's
way.
all good. Thank you.
So we get the 2.2, it's assumed that you come up with the equivalent of 2.2 pennies there in fiscal year 2025. And when you fund that, it's assumed to be funded in a sustainable fashion. So whether it's 2.25 new pennies, whether it's finding pennies within your existing budget, or whether it's growth in the tax base equal to 2.25 pennies, that's assumed to be funded in a sustainable fashion, such that when you go to the next year, right, and in fiscal 26, you have a deficit of $636,000. Column N is in Nancy is now filled in. That's revenue from prior tax impact, $374,000. That's the equivalent of 2.2 pennies in this year. So you're now in column P, your adjusted deficit, the 630,000 minus the 374 that you've already got, your adjusted deficit of 261,000, which is the equivalent of 1.6 pennies.
Make sure I understand your chart correctly here. So you're not using the 1 penny capital reserve to pay debt annually.
We are.
That's continually going back into the, well, how is that fund growing in the capital reserve fund balance? How does that growing if you don't continue to use that penny back into that?
It's not. We're using it down over time. So over in column R, you see it goes from 793 to 894 because we're not using it in the first year, all of it in the first year. After that, it goes from 894,000 to 306,000 to zero. And then there's a period of 2 years where it's zero.
But then it starts growing again.
And then it starts growing again because you've added new pennies, a total of 3.88 new pennies. And after that year, starting in fiscal 27, you are back in a surplus scenario. You're back to having $58,000 of surplus, which can be used to fund other new projects, or you could repurpose the pennies or get rid of a portion of the pennies if you didn't need them anymore.
Yeah, so is that a, how do you know what the capital, once it starts building back after the year 28 or whatever, what's going in there? Is it 1 penny going in there? Is it 2 pennies? How do you know? Or is just, you just
It's
calculate
one of these revenue sources, right? So
Yes.
we're assuming that all of these revenue sources, if you go with this plan, all of these revenue sources are going to be set aside to fund debt service or capital.
Okay, I got you. So that's assuming you wouldn't use this for a higher employee.
That's right. The only operating costs that these dollars are funding are from the new facilities.
Right.
$200,000 a year for
I think that's
Cobblestone.
one of our, I guess, fallacies is we always use it for other stuff, you know. Because like you said, it was 3 pennies down to 2 pennies, now down to 1 penny because we put it in the budget in something else.
Yeah,
So,
and that's certainly a critical aspect of this plan, is once you establish the plan,
You got,
you got to stick to the plan, and if you do have a need to change from the plan, just recognize that you're going to have to backfill in the future if you want to stick to it.
right,
Okay?
yeah.
So this scenario is if you just hold off as long as possible and you put the tax rate in place, again, new tax rate, repurposed tax rate, or equivalent growth, if you put that in place when you need it. There's also an alternative scenario on page 14 where you say, look, we're going to adopt this plan and we're going to fund this plan next year. fiscal year '23. We're going to generate the revenues that we need to fund this plan next budget cycle. Well, if you were to do that, you would need to set aside the equivalent of 2.5 pennies in fiscal year '23. So what was on the prior page, right, 3.88 pennies if you waited to start until '25, if you do it in '23, it now becomes 2.5 pennies. And what you see is, for the first couple of years, your capital reserve is growing, and then you're spending down that capital reserve every year until fiscal year 2031. Mr. Mayor, to your point, we've got a plan, we're doing the plan, and we're going to leave all the money within the plan. That's how this scenario works. And then page 15 is just if you were to put all the money in place into fiscal year '24, it would be about 2.78 pennies. Okay? So I wanted y'all to understand sort of those three options and how that was working, because I think if you flip back to your summary on page 8, you can really compare these scenarios now. Okay, so column B is that case 1. That's where you're funding the total of $6 million, public work and Cobblestone. You can see down on line 25 is the 3.88 cents, column B, line 25. If you wait to do it and start in fiscal year '25, it's 3.88 pennies. Or if you did it all up front in fiscal year '23, it's the equivalent of 2.5 pennies, or fiscal year '24 is 2.78, okay? Now add, column C, add $22 million of the farm park. What happens? Well, we've also got to pick up another $500,000 of operating costs on line 11. And lines 14 through 17, our debt ratios get a little on the higher end. Our 10-year payout ratio still stays pretty solid at 55%. Debt to assessed value at 2.11% is starting to creep up. We had a potential policy range of 2 to 3%. So it's kind of above that bottom line policy range. And then importantly, I think debt service to expenditures goes up to about 28%, which, we typically see a policy range in the 15 to 20% range. So, 28% is a little on the high side, but maybe there's a way to manage through that. But it certainly would be above a potential policy level. And then you look at the tax impact. Again, this is starting a year earlier at 1.2 pennies in fiscal '24, and it's about 18.7 pennies in fiscal year '25, for a total of 20 pennies if you were to do all this and wait until the last minute to put the tax rate in place. So and I think here incrementally on line 26 versus case 1, it's about 16 pennies higher. So I think what you can say is, in this case, the farm project is costing you about 16 cents on the tax rate to do the full phase 1 in October of 2023. Alternatively, if you were to do the tax rate earlier in fiscal '23, that does help. It takes the total of 20 down to 14 for an incremental cost of 11.5 cents. And then it's a little bit higher if you waited until 2024, about 16 cents, or an incremental of about 13 cents.
I like none of those options.
Understood. And so that's where case 3 comes in, right? It may be a smaller farm park project, funding the $5 million. Still have more operating costs coming online, about $200,000. Your debt ratios stay pretty solid. You stay under 1% debt to assessed value. Debt service to expenditures caps out at just over 16%. And then incrementally over time, it would cost you about 8 pennies if you waited until fiscal year '25 to come up with the new revenue. Or if you did it up front in fiscal year '23, it's about 5.5 pennies, or 6 pennies in fiscal year 2024. So I think a couple things to talk about. Mr. Mayor, you brought up the good point earlier about growth, economic development growth in the tax base. So if you have some big one-time slugs of growth in the tax base, $30 million gets you the equivalent of 1 penny. So that's a way to potentially absorb some of this. You might be able to absorb, for example, case 1, you might be able to absorb the equivalent of 2.5 pennies in fiscal year '23. Maybe you'll be able to absorb that into your current budget with the Cobblestone Community Center, with the project, the mixed-use development that's going on there. You may be able to use that and absorb that 2.5 pennies within your existing budget. And then incrementally, though, you would still have the farm park on top of that. So I think there's a combination of things that you could consider here in this affordability conversation, but we tend to speak about things in the equivalent pennies because it's easy to understand. So when we say you need 1 penny, think the equivalent of $30 million of new assessed value. Those two are kind of interchangeable. So if your assessed value went up by $90 million, that would give you about the 3 pennies that you would need for case 1. And then another $90 million would get you the roughly additional 3 pennies you would need for case 3. But that's $180 million growth in your tax base that would be needed to support this without any new tax rate, new tax revenue.
So we do need Cobblestone to build out within 2 years. So let's get on that. Wow.
Let me pause there. Did it cover everything? So I know that's a lot of information to digest. I tried to go through it pretty quickly, but please, happy to answer any questions that y'all have.
Yeah, I just want maybe a little bit more clarity on line 26. What is it, 26,
The
29? Yeah, what you
Yeah,
call
so-
the increase versus case 1.
Right, so if we're assuming case 1 is your base case, that's funding the 2 must-have projects. And whether you come up with some new pennies or you're able to absorb it into your existing budget, assume that you're going to be able to fund case 1 because we know you're contractually obligated for Cobblestone and you need the public works facility to maintain current services. So assuming that gets funded one way or the other, we then can compare. If you're looking at line 26, case 2, the increase versus case 1 is 16 cents, right? That's essentially the cost of the farm park at $22 million. You need to come up with 16 cents. So if you were going out for a GO bond referendum for $22 million, probably one of the things that you're providing information on to potential voters is if you approve this GO bond, it could be the equivalent of 16-cent tax rate increase to fund the debt service on that GO bond.
This is on top of the 46?
That's-
On top of the 46?
Yeah, I was gonna say, so the 3.88, so let's say on line 25, the 3.88, we're assuming we would take care of that in-house. And then,
One way or the other, because again, those 2 projects are kind of been identified as must-do projects.
Right.
Contractual obligations are to maintain current services.
Right.
So whether you're going to fund it through growth, through Cobblestone coming online, through a repurposed penny within the existing budget, or coming up with new pennies, the assumption is you're going to need to get case 1 funded. Okay?
so your bond would be the 16.
So your bond would be the
Whatever it is,
16
yeah,
pennies incrementally compared to that case
Okay,
1.
thank you.
And likewise, the smaller project, case 3, in column D, you're looking at about incrementally 4 pennies on line 26. So that bond, that $5 million bond would be about 4 pennies on the tax rate. If you waited and did the tax rate as you need to, right? But if you go down to column, line 29, this is if you all decided to fund everything up front in fiscal year '23. So let's just go with the March referendum scenario, for example, right? March of '22, you put it out to voters, they approve it, you turn around and on your July 1 of '22 budget, and you put the new tax rate in place that the voters approved, assuming the referendum passes. In that case, case 2, you would need 11.5 cents, the equivalent of 11.5 cents for case 2, or case 3, you would need the equivalent of 3 cents. Does that make sense? Because you're doing it sooner, you're able to set those dollars aside and use them in future years. You're collecting that tax for 2 to 3 more years than you are on line 25, which allows you to collect less taxes.
So it's been a long night, and I'm probably not good at math after a long night, but the 16 cents increase on line 26 for the case 2, for a $300,000 house, roughly $484 a year.
Yeah, so case 2,
The 16.14 cents. What would that be on a $300,000 house?
how about the 14 cents? Because I've got that one. The 14 cents would be an additional roughly $450.
Yeah.
So case 1, do you experience or foresee any issues with the LGC in them supporting, I guess, case 1?
Case 1, I mean, no, sir. I think as long as we can go in and tell them that.
You got proof that we.
Yeah, as long as you're going to go in and tell them this is our plan, and we're either going to put the 2.5 to 3.9 pennies in place, or here's the growth that's coming from Cobblestone that's going to get us 2 pennies, and we're going to put a 1.5 pennies in place. I think the LGC will be comfortable with that.
What about case 2?
So again, case 2, if the voters approve it and you put the tax rate increase in place, they're going to be comfortable with it. I think, I mean, Ashley, you deal with the LGC a lot too, but I think what they're probably going to want to see is in your resolution approving that bond issue, they're going to want to see you state that $22 million Farm Park GO bond referendum would result in the equivalent of 16 cents or 20 cents, whichever scenario you go in, tax rate increase. And if you say that and you're willing to put it in place and the voters approve it, I think the LGC will be fine with that. They just want to know that you're going to do what you need to do to repay the debt.
And there's no obligation to issue the debt once it's authorized. That's something I'm going to talk a little more about.
Say that again? I didn't hear you.
So there's no no obligation to actually issue the debt once it's authorized. So you could do the bond referendum, voters vote yes, and you never issue a penny of it.
Gotcha. Because we may have other revenues that offset some of that. Is that what you're saying? I got you.
Any other questions on this analysis that would be helpful?
I think you did a good job here.
Yeah.
Good job explaining. I think it was easy to follow. So good job on that.
I think the most commendable of your effort tonight was page numbers and referencing them, because it makes a difference. I tell people that all the time. Just tell me what page you're on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know past history is not future history, but you do know we grew 152% last 10 years.
Yes, sir. I get it.
These numbers don't reflect that, does it?
I get, and I'm happy to run any scenarios you'd like to see, and happy to run it. Part of what we do is try and create plans that are achievable. The worst thing we want to do is put a plan in front of you and say, hey, you can fund this $22 million project for 1 penny, and then you go out and you issue the debt, and the next year I'm like, ooh, sorry, it's actually 20 pennies that you're going to need. So we try to come up with reasonable plans based upon reasonable rates that are achievable, and then hopefully over time you do better which you can either reduce the tax rate at that point, or you have capacity to fund the other however many projects that were on the $37 million project list that we're not getting all of.
I have a quick question though. How do you explain this to someone, say their house is around 600,000, and you're looking at what, 11 and a half cents
Can't hear you. You got your mask on?
additional?
We can't hear you.
Yeah, so depending on which scenario you go with, right? So for a $500,000 house, the 3 penny scenario is going to be another $150 a year. So if it's 6 pennies, it's $300 a year. 9 pennies, 450, et cetera.
So wait, so what was 11 pennies?
So 11 and a half pennies for a $500,000 house would be about $576 a year.
I know, because now, you know, the price of houses in Rolesville are so much higher.
Well over 300.
They're like $600,000 and $700,000. You know, I'm just saying, like.
No, I understand, yeah, I get it.
How do you say, okay?
I get it. These are big numbers. I mean, there's no doubt about it. They're big numbers.
Well, appreciate it. Thanks. I know it's getting to a late hour and Paul's already,
Yeah, at this point, we're just going to be
his
like
eyes are getting
growling.
glassy. Thank you. Appreciate, good job.
That's because he's crying.
And let's hear from the bond person real quick. How are we going to do this?
That's not like 300 is not really.
Thank you so much for having me again. It's good to be back in Rolesville. The good news is I don't have any numbers for you to look at, so if you have a numbers question, that's for Amy or Mitch. I'm going to talk to you really high level, and I talk fast by nature, so slow me down. I know it's late if you need to. I'm going to talk to you really high level about what you need to think about before you decide to proceed with the general obligation bond referendum and sort of what happens once you're ready to do that. Okay, so first of all, a general obligation bond, as you may know, is voter-approved debt that pledges the full faith and credit of the town for the repayment of whatever you're putting it out there for, and it obligates the town to raise taxes if necessary to cover the debt service. So when and why would you want to issue voter-approved debt? Typically, that's because you have a project that you want public buy-in or public approval on, or sometimes maybe you just want to know what the public thinks. And they're going to tell you by way of their vote. We don't usually see a lot of general obligation bonds for projects that you would consider a need or critical. I know Mitch talked about the public works facility, so that's something you need. If you put it out there for the voters and they say no, you've got to figure out another way to pay for it. So if you know it's a project you're going to do regardless, it's just not something we typically see people do general obligation bonds for. So sometimes people don't do a general obligation for a specific park if they know they want to do that regardless of what people say. And it can be difficult to get people to agree to raise taxes for parks purposes. So as you think about doing a bond referendum, you need to, first of all, be prepared for the voters to say no. So if they say no, what happens next really depends on why they said no. And this is really just a balance of political considerations and legal considerations. The legal consideration would be if you want to put it back on the ballot, when you can do that. The LGC has certain guidelines for when you can come, if a referendum were to fail, when you could go back on the ballot, and they're going to want to know why you're doing that. Right now, if it were to go in March and fail, it would probably be 2024 before you could take it back to the ballot. You know, again, this is going to depend on, did people say no because they didn't like the project? Do they want to see specific changes? And those are things the LGC is going to want to have a conversation with you about and see reflected in putting it back on the ballot. So be prepared for people to say no, but think about how you're going to get people to say yes. So there's a good amount of legwork that goes into getting people to say yes. And the first thing you have to do is find your community champion. That can be your Chamber of Commerce or any other nonprofit not otherwise affiliated with the town. This could be a new group, Friends of the Parks Bond. And they're the folks that are going to go out and really champion and encourage people to vote yes for your bond. So what can the town do to advocate for the bond referendum? Not a lot in its official capacity. The town is really limited to educational pieces, so materials talking about what the money would be used for. As a commissioner, you can and probably should advocate for the project since you're deciding to put it on the ballot. The test there would be, as a group, not a good idea. As an individual, it's okay to say vote yes. Think about it in terms of, if the town's putting this out there to figure out what people think, you don't want the town in an official capacity encouraging folks to vote for or against it. The same would go for the Parks and Rec Advisory Board. As a group, education, they're limited to talking about education. As individuals, they can promote the bond. Okay, so those are things to think about before you decide to move forward with a referendum. Before I kind of get into the more technical piece, which again, still very high level, do you have any questions about that? Okay. All right, Amy, jump in if I missed something. So as Amy mentioned, there are 3 big actions that go in conjunction with getting a bond referendum on the ballot in March. The first action would be taken at your October meeting, and at that meeting, we would ask for the board to make its initial determination to proceed with the bond referendum. So all this is really just a determination to move forward in the process and to set the maximum amount for the bonds. So for example, it could be 22 million. After October 1st, you have some time before you have to set the official ballot question where you can reduce that number. You just cannot increase it. And in making that formal determination, really you're just reserving your right to make it on. You're doing a checkbox to get you to the March referendum. You don't have to do that. Just because you decide to go forward in October, you still have time to back out. You can change your mind, you cannot go through it, you can think through the numbers Mitch provided a little bit more, but to get on the March referendum, you absolutely have to make that initial determination to consider it at your next meeting. Should you decide at your next meeting to consider it, there's plenty of timeline to hit all the action steps. There is some legwork, like I said, that'll need to be done in terms of education. You'll want to find a community champion. Say you go on the ballot in March and the bonds pass. You have 7 years to issue the bonds. Sometimes the LGC will extend that up to 10 years. You do not have to issue any of the bonds. If you did a $10 million bond referendum and folks said yes, you could issue 10 million, you could issue 5 million, or you could issue 0. You also do not have to spend the projects. You do not have to spend the money on the specific projects that you promote as a part of the education piece. So if you were to do a $22 million bond referendum on Parks and Recreation, you are limited to spending it on Parks and Recreation, but you do not have to spend it on a specific park facility. So if you, and there's a legal piece here, which is, I'm telling you what you can do. There are obviously certain things politically to consider about how you spend the money afterwards, but legally you could authorize $22 million in Parks and Recreation bonds and choose to spend that on any number of Parks and Recreation projects, should your needs change at any point in time after the bonds are authorized. When you are ready for the money, you will have to go to the LGC to issue the bonds, and that process and timeline will be driven by your construction bids. So the LGC will want to make sure that you have a need for the money. You can't just say, okay, the voters approve this, we're ready. You have to have some firm numbers about how the money will be spent and when. Okay. So I know I hit that in a really high level and very fast, but it's late. Are there any questions now?
I like it. I like how you hit it fast. I appreciate that at 10 o'clock. So thank you. I have a question too. So the timing of it, like you issue a bond, say, I'm just saying the whole ball of wax. If we did the whole 22 million, we're going to issue the bond. How long is the bond? Like, is there a time maximum that you deal with? Is there a minimum that you can issue? I don't understand how that works.
How long?
So typically it would be a 20-year.
That's what I'm looking for, yeah.
So, and like Ashley was saying, you vote for if you put the bond on the ballot, it's approved by the voters. You have authorization to issue $22 million worth of bonds. That doesn't mean you have $22 million in the bank.
Right.
You have to go through the process of issuing the bonds. When you do that process of issuing the bonds, you set the terms and conditions for their repayment.
Gotcha.
In North Carolina, for this type of project, the LGC is going to limit you to a maximum of a 20-year term and likely to be a level principal style amortization.
Gotcha. And so what the taxpayer will see, in the event that we did this, right, with the maximum, they would see the increases we talked about, the 500,000 or 300,000, whatever, they would see their tax bill increase, right? So our effective tax rate would go up. Is that correct?
Well, it's all dependent on how much you choose to issue,
Okay,
right?
so if we did the max, that's what I'm
Right,
saying.
Yeah.
So instead of, say if it was 20 cents, so you would see your taxes 66 cents. Am I
Yes.
interpreting that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Whatever the tax rate adjustment is.
The pennies are
presumably,
added.
If the voters approve it, presumably y'all are going to come back and put that in place. Now, if you had a huge announcement that a $200 million facility was locating in Rolesville, then maybe you don't need to do the full
Sure,
amount.
of course.
You can carve off some of that growth in the net tax base
Certainly.
to offset a portion of that. But likely, you're going to be out there talking about this in terms of whatever the amount that you're choosing to put on the referendum is equivalent to some specific tax.
Gotcha. And that could be up to 20 years,
The
like
term-
that difference.
The term of the debt can be up to
20
20.
years. Gotcha.
So you're going to be paying back principal and interest for 20
Gotcha.
From when you call it though, right?
from when you issue.
When you issue it.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so I have a question. Would it, that's a lot of money, right? So if you have other projects, would it be better to pilot into one and then ask for the bond versus? Can you do that? That is my question
So
now.
you can't mix uses. So you would be authorizing, the scenario we've been talking to staff about would be a bond for parks and recreational uses. So for example, if you issued $22 million, if you had a yes and you issued $22 million tomorrow, you could spend that on any parks and rec use. That may be the farm, that may be $5 million for the farm, it may be, I'm blanking, greenways. People love greenways and trails. You can spend infinite amounts of money there. So if you were to get into a project and not need as much money and you wanted to improve your trail system, there's some flexibility there on how you spend that money.
Okay, so what if you wanted it for, okay, I'm just saying this as an example. Say it was new town hall, new police station. Are those all separate bonds and you would have to wait separate years in which to apply?
Okay, so they're separate uses. So like a fire station, that would be public safety. So you'd have to do a separate bond for that.
At the same time, can you do it at the same time?
It would be a separate question on the ballot. You absolutely
Okay,
could, but.
all right.
Yeah, I can answer.
Okay.
I can answer that for you.
Yeah.
Like Garner here has got one on the ballot coming up in November, and they got 4 questions on there. One has to do with Parks and Recs bond. It's another bond for street and sidewalk improvements. It's a bond for safety, it's services, facilities bond, and a stormwater bond. You get to vote yes or no on each one of them.
Yeah.
If they say yes for each, then in March, and they're all approved in March, you'll have 4 different bonds
That's right.
that you can issue.
Which totals
Okay.
100.
And you can use it whichever, you can use it for that
You're-
Parks and Rec or fire or police.
You would be
For the amount.
limited, if you had 4 questions, or 2 questions, one for public safety and one for parks and rec, you'd be limited to the dollar value assigned to each. So if you had.
Right,
yeah.
okay. All righty, thank you.
And you have 7 years to issue the GO bonds. So if you were to do a $22 million farm park project, we're assuming you're doing the full 22 in October 23. But what you could say is, I've got 7 years to do this initially, and then I can extend that authorization for another 3 years for a total of 10. So you may say, well, I'm going to take off the first $5 million in October 23, and I'm going to wait 5 years, and then I'm going to do a $10 million at that point, and then I'm going to wait till the last year, and I'm going to do the rest of it in that last year of the authorization. You have flexibility. You don't have to issue it all at once. You can issue up to $22 million in as many different issuances as you choose.
But you risk time.
Thanks, Ronnie.
Then the cost is $50 million. So,
Let me ask this.
trade-off.
You got a lot of knowledge on bonds. Do you have experience on success? What is success and what is not success in the voters' eyes? In other words, is there a certain number that usually gets no to? Is there a certain tax increase that gets a no?
So
Is it how you present it, you get a no? In other words,
I think a lot of it sort of depends on the project. Success is project-driven, and if people are excited about a project, they're willing to pay for that. And you can get people excited after you decide. You can try to get people excited after you decide to do the bond process. Most communities have a general idea where people fall on it. Like I said, people love Parks and Rec, and if it's an exciting park project, people may come out and vote yes for it. A lot of that, I think, is really going to depend on your community champions and how they push the project. If people don't know what they're voting for, or they don't have somebody amping them up, I think it's tough. The success really is critical in that piece, I think.
and you said the Park and Rec Department can't be a community champion.
So they can individually. As a board, they can't because they're a subdivision of the town. But you could have, for example, a new group formed called Friends of the Parks Bond or something, where they promote, they publish educational pieces. The town could theoretically give them money. The town could pay for educational materials. They could not pay for anything that would sway a person's vote one way or the other.
So we have a group that will promote it?
Sometimes the chamber will champion the cause.
Mayor, I want to answer your question based upon my experience, which is, my experience is you don't go into an election unless you know you win.
Say that again?
You do not go into an election unless you know you're going to win. Back to what you said. If you lose, you've lost time further. So you do, and back to the avocation, you can do a lot of groundwork prior to a bond setting. And that's the work that needs to be done. That's the time the work needs to be done. And then you know when you get to the bond where your answer is. So if you're ready, that's where you know. But I've always come from that background. I've been taught that, is you do not go into a bond question with a 50-50 chance.
Unless you don't care about doing the project.
You see, and I just don't think we had that support of the community. There's a lot of people who want to see that park, but is there enough to pass that bond? And if there's not, then that sets us back a couple of years.
That is the Arnold theory. Whether it's right or wrong, I'm just telling you the Arnold theory.
No, and I agree with you, because that will be my concern, that you have to wait for 3 years, right?
No, so it depends on why people say no. If they say no because they just don't want that project, then we have a different issue. But if they say no because they want to see certain changes to the project, the LGC is going to have some rules about when you go back. So, well, I guess 2024 is 3 years, but
2 years.
Yeah, 2 years. Typically, they want you to wait a year, and depending on the feedback of why folks voted no, they're going to want to see some changes. You're not going to be able to come back and put the exact same question on.
You got to prove your case, right?
So what are we voting for in March?
What are you proposing?
Just a bond?
To
Is
vote
that what
for.
everybody will come out to vote on? Is just a bond?
So if tonight you were so inclined, you would authorize
Yeah.
us to put together something for your consideration in October with a dollar amount
Yes.
and a description of the project generally.
So the description that would go on the ballot is very general. That's just capital cost of providing parks and recreation facilities, and then we've got a list of what, so athletic fields, all kinds of things. The ballot question is very broad.
I think I asked a bad question, because neither one of you understood.
It's a primary.
So we will be voting in the primary in March. So when you go vote in the primary,
Thank you.
you would vote for the bond. So I guess if you're looking at turnout, is that pretty high?
It's not, it's going to be a low.
Low turnout?
Yes, I think so, because it's not, you only have commissioners running, and they're very important people, let me just say that. But it's not like you have a mayor or a president.
What are you saying, March?
He's saying March.
You're saying March, not
Right.
November. We're talking March. That's for primary. So primary is midterm elections in 2022. People be paying attention.
That might be a good turnout.
Could be.
And again, you just have to make an October an action at your October meeting to make it on the March. If you do that and you decide in November, look, we don't want to do this,
Right.
you're not obligated to fulfill it, and you can put 22 million in your October resolution and then decrease that up until about, I think in November when you set the,
Yeah. We talked a little bit about advocate groups, we can get an advocate group, but there is some opponent groups that can form against it too, right?
that is certainly
Always.
possible.
That's
I don't know
always.
that
It's
I have seen
America.
that, but,
There's so much work.
You don't know if you've seen that?
well, not recently, but
Opposition groups.
I thought it's one that poses just about every bond in some way or another, and depending on what it is, how hard they pose it.
They
What's
did on
the-
transit.
What's the
weren't
name
they,
of that?
in Wake County?
NC Taxpayer Coalition or something, but, is that the name of it? NC Taxpayer Coalition?
But I feel like we talked about a lot of costs for the park that weren't like finalized. So I'm like, how do you know that 22 million is the number?
so that would give you do have time if you want to start with 22 unless it's going to go.
Because we can't go up. You said we can't go up.
You can't go up, but you could go down.
Right, but it sounded like it wasn't going down from,
But the 22 million didn't include the $900,000 for the next set of drawings.
Or some other things too, wasn't
yeah,
it?
there was some other
It was
costs
multiple
that,
things that it doesn't include.
Do you see a good turnout for this? I wish it would be, but I just don't feel like.
All right. Well,
Lots of variables.
anything else you want to share?
Nope, I hit all my points, so unless you have questions for me, I'm finished.
Thank you also for coming.
Thank you, Ashley.
Good knowledge, good presentation. Let's make this board think about what decision they want to make, because sounds like you got to make it pretty quick if you want to have
Uh-oh.
something on the ballot. so.
Mitch is coming back.
No, I was just going to ask a question that may be helpful as you all talk through it. So if the board chooses not to vote in March,
Right,
when is the next opportunity that they could consider a GO bond referendum?
so November of next year.
Oh.
So that's,
Yeah.
you're not, I think, Ms. Sutton, to your question, you're not automatically going to November of '24. If you don't do it this
Right.
March, you've got another shot this coming November.
Gotcha.
Absolutely.
Lots to think about. I'm going to sleep well.
Thank you.
No, I'm not. I'm not going to sleep at all.
Very good. So who started this? Was that you, JG? Do you got closing comments? I think you started it, so,
Have a great night.
okay.
Well, no, I think what we need some direction from you. Do you want us to expend funds and time on developing an agenda item for October? Your
Is there a
next meeting.
cost for that?
There will be a cost because I'm sure Amy will probably engage Ashley to prepare it.
So our fee we're, unlike unlike the Cobblestone work where that was at an hourly rate, this would be a
Project.
lump sum fee. So all of our work towards a bond referendum would be included in that.
A consultation fee? A consultation fee?
More than that,
No consultation fee,
Oh.
just
like a project.
a project fee.
I got you.
So if we switched from March to November, it's still the same process. It's still going to be the same, like, we're still going to be doing the same steps
Yes.
if we moved it. So if we thought about it and said, it's not good right now, maybe we should move it out, we're still going to go through the same process, though, to be able to put it on the thing, so.
I think it's a lot of conversation that still needs to be had. At 21 million, 22 million is a lot of money. And I think we have other scenarios that we can consider. If we decided on $3 million, can a group get out there and advocate for that in 6 months with 3 of those months coming into holidays? You know, because I'm thinking about what Kelly said, you kind of don't want to go to the polls if you don't know you're going to win.
I just don't see it. I didn't see enough support for it. And even the survey that you all did with Parks and Rec,
I agree.
there weren't barely 200. I mean, 200 people is good, but I'm like, it's not good enough to take that chance.
Well, even the numbers that, even the ones that did respond, I don't think that it supported it.
I think you got to talk to people, though, because everybody doesn't respond to a survey. I always say you need different ways to reach people.
True.
So you're going to hit people in different ways.
But
So
there
I
was
think
more than
it's,
just a survey that was done. There have been things done throughout the past 4 or 5 years.
Right, but I think some of it's just individual conversation. All of us have run for office. You know, people love the kind of one-on-one, let's talk about this is what this means. We've had people show up at our meetings 200 strong saying, we want this, we want this, we want this. Well, this is how we can get some of this. So I do think it takes different methods of communication. Everyone does not respond to surveys. People are surveyed out.
I agree. And in the conversations that I have had, they're lining up more with this survey, where they're not willing to get, pay $300 extra a year or what
I
have
think
you.
it's doable. I just don't know that March is the right timing, but I do think it's
I
palatable.
don't think it is either. It seems like all of a sudden now it seems like too quick, like it's right here.
So let's address Kelly's question. Do you want the staff and attorneys to put effort in to bring back, which I think we would bring back and put it to the board for a vote? So, you'll be voting on whether you want to proceed or not. So what's your thinking on that? Do you want to do that? And I'll start with April.
I think, no, when is it, March? I think March is way too soon. I still think there are still a lot of conversations that need to be had. So I would say no.
Paul?
Nothing like sneezing in your own mask.
I mean, my thought process, I've been for this park going along and everything else, but I'm concerned about us pushing it too soon and not getting enough information out there. But at the same time, that's why I was talking, like, does it make sense, regardless of them bringing something back to us for us to even look at, like, now versus, because I know what's going to happen. If we don't bring something back now, we're going to let it slide 2 more months, and then we're going to be like, November's too close. So where do we draw the line, or them bringing something back to us to show us what it looks like and what we can do with it?
You mean November of next year is too?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, if we say we're not going to do it now, then when are we going to do it? Like, when are we going to talk about it? Because we just keep pushing it.
I guess you
It
start
keeps-
talking about it now, but you put a plan of action.
I mean, you're going to pay the same amount right now for them to look at it and bring something back now or in 3 months. Like, either way, you're still paying the same amount. So I don't, that's my question.
Can I just throw one more thing out there? They even stated that the 2 things that we are paying for right now, the, help me, what are they? Cobblestone, which is in the works, and Public Works. They are needs. We need those in Rolesville. A park, we need it in Rolesville, but we need a fire department. We need a police department. I think there are greater needs right now for $22 million, or even $10 million, than to fund a whole park.
But we have sat on this park for a long time, and we continue to sit on it. So,
But we still are growing in.
But I think that's what happens when you buy land without a plan. So it's no different than me going and buying a couple acres of land right now and saying, I want to build a house.
Right.
If I don't have any funding in place of how I'm going to do it, this is what you come up with. So I do support, us having something like this, and I think the community would love it once it's here.
Right.
And a lot of times people can't see the vision. So I'm in support of it eventually, but I don't see March. But as far as them bringing something back, if it's going to cost us now and we can still use that for November, I'm good with it. Makes sense. Did that make sense for Kelly's direction?
Until the last 10 seconds
Well,
of it.
you were saying, do we need to get started with Ashley? And I'm like, if we do something now, you bring it back in October, and we say, no, it's too soon for March, but we can still use that same information for next November.
Can you though? Is it outdated?
Yeah.
So if you were to go in November, you'd want to get started in mid-April. So it would
Okay.
be still pretty early in the process.
'Cause it would be
Start in
old.
April, it would go on the ballot, and you'd have your final action item, I believe, in July, based on what the Board of Elections deadlines are now.
Gotcha. And the only thing I'm saying about October, you're bringing the information back, but do you have your other components in place? Do you have your marketing? Do you have your advocates? And if you don't have that, then why are you moving
Yeah.
forward for March versus
I think
November?
that's, to me, that's the key.
Yeah.
I don't know the first step of that, should we see who wants to be an advocate and maybe let them meet somewhere and take off with it or something, and form a committee, and I think you can form a committee to raise money and stuff, I believe, and advertise and all kinds of stuff, so. Do we want to do that, or?
There would be certain requirements for any committee that was filed in order to raise money that, outside of the bond process and.
See, there's so many nuances to this that we're just reaching for, we're just grabbing. We just need to have a plan.
It's up to you. So I hear you want to proceed with the
Yeah,
bringing it back
like I
and
said, I
voting
don't
on
know
it,
if, I don't know if
maybe?
March is going to be the right thing. That's the thing. So I don't know where that leaves us.
That
You
leads us
want
to
to
April.
proceed with it too?
I just think if we're going to get the information, and then decide on whether it should be March or November of next year. I don't see the point in waiting to say, let's do the information in April, unless Ashley says otherwise.
Wait a minute, hold on. Is she saying that? We can still start a process, but we just can't.
Ashley?
I thought that's what Kelly was asking
Yeah,
for.
I think we can still start a process,
Yeah, hang on.
but we just won't be on the
Ashley, can you
March
come up and
docket.
address this question? So I think if I can try, the question is if it's on October, the next ballot, next meeting, and they choose to go forward, we'll get scheduled, or we'll keep on moving towards scheduling. If they choose to delay it or not do it in March, they kind of need to kill your effort this time, right? Because it has a different date. You'll want to put a different date into it. So you're going to make a decision on, really making a decision only about the March ballot.
Yes, you'd want to come back in April with another resolution, and that would check the, start the timeline rolling again. There's going to be an LGC process and some other formal actions that if you wanted to hit November, you'd start in April. What authorizing the board to proceed in October does is just allow you to make it to March. So if you thought there was anything you needed to fill in between October and November,
Yeah.
you have time to
this
reduce
time-
that number. or
I
figure out
think,
what
I
your
think
time is.
listening to some of the board members, Sophia just dragging her feet on it. So what is the advantage of continuing and coming back? And is it any advantage at all to the board members for you to continue to work on it and bring it back in October if we're not going to do it in April? Is any?
The way I look at this is my role as bond counsel is really technical. It's based on once you decide to proceed and y'all figure out the numbers, which is something I think you do in conjunction with Amy and Mitch. And when you have those, that's when I do my piece. I'll come up and talk to you before a resolution, but a lot of our stuff is background work. Y'all have to have made your mind up on what you want to do. And we're certainly happy to talk to you about that, but.
As far as timing, you're saying, as far as timing on the ballot.
And if y'all are, this is me listening to y'all from the outside. I think I heard most of y'all say, I don't think we're ready for March. And so if y'all are not ready for the March ballot, there's no need to come back in October with this resolution.
Right.
Thank you.
Come back in April.
Kelly asked a different question, so I was trying to answer your question, so, sorry.
I will also say, I think there's been some talk about, getting people, you can certainly, if you think you're going to hit the November ballot, you can start educating people now on the
That's what
bond.
I
and you
think
can let
makes
your
sense.
groups develop organically. You do not have to tie the advocacy piece with the formal decision to start the bond. You can certainly pump your community up now.
So what were the Friends? That was not a formal group, that was like a,
It would be a formal group, it wouldn't be a town group. A lot of times we see groups form like Friends of the Parks Bond. And so they would just be a group.
but it's just a group. Do they have to be like a 501c3 or any of that?
I would tell you if they're going to raise money or take donations, they probably.
Right, if they're gonna raise money.
Yeah. I think you
got
have
you.
to file with the election board, if I'm not mistaken.
There are
Like
a lot of folks
like a
that
committee,
don't, but
like
as a
with,
lawyer, I would
yeah.
tell you should.
I think you should, it's like a committee, like forming a committee for election board to raise money. Because
Why do you need to raise money if you're going to talk to folks?
advertise,
Yes, if people wanted to take donations.
To do marketing?
For marketing and brochures.
I got you.
Yeah, the
Some-
town can spend money on education piece, you just can't, so.
some do TV ads and all. Ain't you ever seen Bond on TV ads and all?
I saw Wake County push the transit.
But it can't be Parks and Rec Advisory Board. It has to be something completely different than that.
I got you.
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
So in that case, my answer is no. Kelly?
What was your question
I didn't
again?
understand his question.
About bringing
If we're ready for
somebody next.
March.
Oh, yeah, I was saying that.
Would you be interested in, very near future, month out, to see a strategy from the town staff on how to get the community engaged and educated on this item to see then your evaluation of the ballot come April.
I would like to see us go to other municipalities who have successfully done bonds recently.
They
Garner
should.
is one town that's done it, and they have another one coming up, to see some of the things that they did. I think that it's helpful to kind of see how you do this thing, other than just saying this is what we think should happen, because I do think we're missing those components.
I agree. So why don't we do another report very soon on that, and possibly take some recommendations to you on what can happen between November to April, when you might reconsider this. And, I'm a big proponent of trying to get out in neighborhoods and have neighborhood meetings, so people can understand and see it and comment and such. But it's going to take work to get out, as Sheila said,
create
to talk to
advocates.
people.
Educated advocates make a difference.
Right.
Getting out in the community.
Okay, we'll work on that.
Okay. Any closing thoughts to the board? I know, on that end, anybody got anything?
And I would just say to Paul that you said it's been a long process.
Can't hear you.
I would say when Paul said we've been sitting on it for a while, the three of us have been sitting on it for even longer. And it is, we just want to make sure we do it right the first time, so there's no regrets.
And on top of all this, I'm going to bring Mitch back, and we're going to have this policy discussion of debt, too. We're going to continue to talk about our debt policy, and we're going to continue to talk about the prioritization. And do you have the priorities you want in the debt you can do? So the farm's one piece, but to Commissioner Sneed's point, do you want to consider these other elements, too?
Sounds like we need a retreat. I think it's important that we do that, Kelly.
I do, too.
All right, and I just want to make sure that you said that you all are going to work on some marketing pieces. And I think part of those pieces, really, we have that billboard. I personally haven't seen anything from the town on that billboard, and I haven't seen any e-blasts talking about anything. I mean, we get the weekly ones, but I think this should really be out there so that the citizens can see we're trying, but we're not trying. Uh-oh, she's going to say,
shaking her head.
Stop sign came up. Stop sign came up.
No.
Right.
No, not the bond, but the meeting, but the discussion. Yeah, not the bond itself, but yeah. So just like, tune in. You don't have to be here. Tune in on the TV, on YouTube, or be here and hear the discussion so that they'll know where we are and we're not trying to not.
My preference would be to have the strategy session first, prioritization conversation, and then come out of that with how you want to educate the community.
Yes. And I don't mean do it tomorrow. I'm just saying
No,
moving
but very
forward.
soon.
I was looking at what Amy put together, and really, we're short $44 million to do everything that we want to do, so.
Well done.
Just 44?
That's all we need. 44 million. Anybody? There's a big lottery. Anybody buy a ticket? $900 million loan.
And one piece that I missed, if we want to extend it further, and I think you can do this, is if we do something big, then how long we have to wait before we do the police station? How long
what
we
I
have
was
to wait
thinking
before we
about,
do the
too.
fire station? How long we have to wait before we do something else?
I like the retreat idea.
Yeah. I mean, it started growing back, but I don't know how quick that would be before you could do
That's why I was asking about the police station, if you want to add different things on there, like the police station, only for an example. I wasn't
100%.
pushing it. I
So
mean-
that's what we've got here. We've got this process started. I think the question, as we go forward into retreat from you all, what's a number, right? What do we think is a range of new tax rate that we can handle, that the community will support, that will help us kind of refine this a little bit and start plugging in actual amounts. We can see what other projects come in, what type of growth we've got to get on top of an extra 3 pennies or 5 pennies or whatever the number is to make a certain set of projects work. I think we've got the baseline for that now. We need some, feedback and guidance from you all, and I think a retreat is a great session, or can't even talk anymore, it's too late.
I did.
Is a great place to have that conversation.
That's a good idea.
Thank you. All right, final comments, board? Board?
I just think we need to keep in mind, though, in all of this discussion and all these years, I know it seems like, oh my goodness, that we do have some commercial coming on board. So I think we're losing sight of that. I know that I tend to lose sight of that, and that will help us, and we'll be in a different position, say, in 2 years than we are right now. So keep that in mind. But I do support what Commissioner Medley, Mayor Pro Tem Medley mentioned about promoting what the town is discussing, reminding people that they can tune in. They can tune in live. I know these meetings can be long, but they can go back and watch it. We need to push that out. That's one way to educate our public right now on what we're doing. So I think we need to do a better job of pushing that out. Okay, I'm done.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anybody on this end, anything, comment? Well, thank you, appreciate everybody hanging in here for, what's my math, 4.5 hours. So, thank you very much. And with that, I'm going to adjourn this meeting.
Thank you.
Good call for calling at 6 o'clock.